World. So we're going to pick up where we left out on our Odyssey run, that we are running a tribalist colony that has a ritualist ideology. On top of that, we are running the no research mod, which means I have no starting research, and the semi-random research mod. And the semi-random research mod means when I go to my research here, you'll notice it's a little bit different. You're not seeing this view. We're seeing this here. And this is the random research that's selected, and this is anomaly, advanced anomaly, basic. So I don't have any control of my research. We handed it over to Randy, and Randy said, "You're welcome." Have you ever tried riding an asparagus? I don't really know what Randy was trying to communicate with that, but, you know, we're in good hands, probably. So we are landing on this tile that we have just arrived. We did get a lot of ability to expand our ship size here. We got, like, back-to-back tiles that were allowing us to add more tiles to our ship. And I think I have fishing already? Yeah. So we're getting that all sorted. We need to get plants down because we do have a lot of meals, but we're going to burn through them fast. And so what we want to work on right now is, first of all, I need to get my power online. So I found this works out pretty well, is that we kind of just show up on a tile, and I put like a charging port on the back of my ship, and we just slap down a geothermal and plug our ship in until we get more sustainable power to go with us. Obviously, when we go to space, that's not going to be adequate anymore. But until we have vac suits researched and all that kind of stuff, that doesn't matter, because we can't go to space without that, unless we want to watch mass casualties happen. Which I, of course, understand you all absolutely want to see without any questions whatsoever. That chat doth desire blood. Alright, so I'm just going to go and look around on all these. I'm not going to that steel. For any goodies. You got, man, half of these maps I've been visiting lately, they're putting the steel right here on the edge of the map, and that's terrifying, because all it takes is one raid to happen with your person over there, and you have no chance to react. Like, the mistake you made was that you put them there in the first place. Like, any worrying after that is utterly irrelevant. You messed up when you had them in that position. That was the mistake you needed to not make. Okay, so we are cutting brick. It looks like we're getting sandstone. I didn't check to see what tiles we had on this map. But yeah, so basically we're landing here to recoup. One problem I still have is I actually don't have a reliable form of chem fuel. Yeah, so we got sandstone here. We don't have a reliable source of chem fuel right now. I am basically picking it up as we go. And we're going to have to address that. Now, the problem I have with that is I don't have a means of properly securing that. No-go zone. Do not build a roof here. Because we did get ourselves some boomalope on the other map. Too bad Randy isn't getting biofuel research. It's a possibility we'll get that. Like, right now, I've got enough for a decent length jump, but nothing more. I wanted to spend more time. Emergence approach. Okay. I'll take a brain wiring. That's... What? Alright, because we got a bug here. Because the shuttle landed, and then I instantly failed. Because they died. I don't see a corpse here, so I really don't know what happened. Alright, I mean, I'm still taking your shuttle, so it's not... Okay. Yeah, and I was, probably the shuttle landed on top of them. Yeah, and that's weird, though, because they're supposed to arrive on the shuttle. So something happened. Something's a little buggy there. So we got the race down, we're getting the berries down. Chad asked for death and Randy delivered. This is true. I'm actually playing as Cassandra, to be clear. But, it definitely feels that way, that Cassandra's like, oh, I'm supposed to be killing people? I can get on board with that. Stop doing it that way. So I'm just chucking a bunch of stuff down, like, really fast and sloppy. Strange signal, I'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, do I have Site T? I don't think we did we? No, we don't. Alright. So basically we got them. They drowned in the shallow water. Yeah. It could have also very well been something that they just rolled a pawn that couldn't survive. Like they had, you know, a brain injury and something else going on that stacked to ruin their consciousness. It's been a very long time since I've seen that type of thing happen, but I have seen once in a while, very, very way back in RimWorld, where every once in a while you'd have like a drop pod or transfer pod drop, and the person would just instantly die because, you know, whatever conditions they rolled when they stacked, even though they should have been able to survive from everything else, it would be either too much pain or too much consciousness penalty that just instant killed them. Alright, once we get the power online, then we're going to do an expansion back here. That's going to be our actual break room. And then we'll figure out what we're working on next. I'll probably build a lab, like an actual lab up here somewhere. I have to figure out how I'm going to do all that. But that's the whole thing. Because I've got that one to expand our range. Then I'm going to have another one that you can put down to expand the range too. Because I kind of like the idea of just making like a giant warehouse thing back here, which is probably going to be terrible. But it's fine. Yeah, I could see just expanding the ship forward, and then just having little pods off the one side. Okay. I've already forgotten where the monolith showed up. Oh, it's up there. Yeah, it's fine. The aerodynamics of the ship would be something else? That's the best part. We don't care. We go to space. And we go to space using gravity. So literally, we could have like literally a solid wall and it would just lift straight up because the ship defies gravity. And then use the thrusters to go forward. So when you're in space, you don't have to worry about aerodynamics anymore because you're in space. Also, something sci-fi mumbo jumbo. Made up realities. Alright, so we're still trying to get that geothermal online, and then my power will kick in over here. Now, obviously, I'm going to want to get more sustainable power than having to land and plug in on a geothermal. But all things considered, getting lucky and getting that geothermal research did make it so at least this is an option. It just means certain tiles like grasslands I gotta stay away from because they don't have geothermal to plug into. I'm going to try to avoid going heavy on the solar. The solar is very space prohibitive. I might have to. Ideally we get over here in our in our grav ship research, when do I get the power? Aw, man, it's not till after fabrication. Boo, that's genuinely fair, but still boo. Because that means I need the multi-analyzer and the fabrication bench. We did get our microelectronics, which I'm excited about. Which is one reason I think one of the next rooms we make is we make a lab up here, because then we can make our research room up here. The other thing we're going to want to set up, and I haven't set up in any capacity yet, is some type of defensive position. We did that on our other ship too, as I had like a big long hallway with the defensive spot. We'll probably build that somewhere on here. It honestly could be something where what we actually do is we have like all these pods off the side for all our various rooms, and then you'll have just like one tile over. We can have the big long corridor to get into the ship that is our defensive position, because then that would let me put my grav core extenders along here to accommodate those rooms, and then just have that defensive position right there. Which I think would be a fair use for it. I still like that we have this unstable power core we scored so early. Yeah, so we're getting our food sorted. We are great on regular components. We are just mining all the valuable materials on the map. We're going to haul them back. And that'll all be good stuff. And I did update all that. Meanwhile, let's go here. And switching to RimWorld. Okay. Yes, I've got one grav core and almost 500 gravlite panels. So I can expand one more time, and then we'll almost max out the ship size we can do there. Alright, so far as construction, it's literally just getting that last block there, and then the geothermal itself, and then we'll start expanding the ship itself. There's also a good chance we will need to expand this room, because this is all beds full. No spares. How are our moods with a lot of these? Luxurious comfort, extremely impressive rec room, very impressive barracks. So actually, they're pretty happy with the rec room already. So is that instead I'm making a lab down here and I'm just making a bunch of bedrooms? Because I don't think we realistically get away with a bedroom for every individual. Yeah, because the barracks is very impressive, average size, very beautiful, slightly dirty. I could make it a little bit bigger, size-wise, to get like the spacious room bonus or whatever. Yeah, that's a sanctuary, which is also a rec room. You can, but you need your pawns to hook up fast. Yeah, that's a thing. Genuinely, I've got more people than I really think I want to try and pack in there. And my fear is having a ton of kids. And granted, we could do like fertility stuff to get rid of that once you get more tech. But, you know, I'd rather not. You can have others come in here to help you. Still probably makes sense to put a proper dining/rec room, because looking at our bonuses here, Well, decent dining room. What are you considering the dining room in here? Ceremonial chamber. Because there's no table in here for you to dine, no table in there. I don't think we have a table anywhere in here, unless there's some, like, random thing. Alright. Let's see, do you have a plan for food production on your ship, or just by trading? So right now, because we just landed on this tile at the start of, this stream for this one, the ship didn't have room for it, but I do plan on having food on ship and everything. It's just this was the maximum I could handle, and this is actually with our first expansion. When we first launched, it was basically this, and then I had, like, the storage room over here was, like, that big, and that was the 500 tiles I had available. But we did get more tiles. I'm just trying to get our power up so our kitchen comes back online and everything. But otherwise, we're just stopping right now to grow stuff and re-up our goodies. What's going on here? Bought the new add-on, so you're far, far away from me building the ship? That's what you ask? Gotcha, yeah. No, you can do, like, full-on hydroponics. The big thing I've also got going on here is to keep in mind I am running random research. So it could be that literally I get through all of this and don't get hydroponics. It is just what happens. Yeah, so I think is we expand this and make it a dedicated dining room / rec room. I figure we expand this a little bit to just get us a little bit more room in our barracks. And then we do like a big expansion out here for, again, putting a laboratory down here. This production room isn't going to be able to cover all of our production needs. We'll see what I'm going to do with that. I very well might just leave this the way it is, make another room here for research, and then maybe get like a bigger production room over here and keep expanding out there. It is one of those things with the game that you could micro it down to use your limited number of tiles as efficiently as possible. That very genuinely is a thing you can do and probably is worth considering. But at the same time, I don't think it's a requirement. Like, I don't think you have to be that sensitive. Not unless you're trying to shove 20 people on this thing or something. Medium psychic drone. Don't love it. Alright. And our power is coming online. Cool. So now we start building the ship out. Okay, we'll start by expanding the back there. This is going to be our break room, whatever you want to go with. Insulting spree, because Psychic Drone, that is not at all surprising. Because that Psychic Drone is minus 22. And we just don't have what I need to mitigate that much negative. Yeah, then we'll build walls out here. We'll add a set of doors there and there. I'll remove those walls there. And like I said, I'll add like a pool table, an actual table back here, and a whole bunch of stuff. Get the books and all that out of this space. And we should be able to make that nicer. If we're going to keep getting those sandstone blocks, I may take the time to put the fancy floors in that room as well, because it'll benefit from it. Oh, are you already set to home zoned? You are not. Just setting all the area we're going to be potentially building into home zone so they clean it. All right. Okay, so good news is it looks like they only whacked each other once or twice and then stopped social fighting. You like the sandstone look? Yeah. Well, it's also we have the morbid floors just because of our ideology, and those end up being some pretty nice looking floors. We got a lot of people with tattered apparel coming up. We do have our tailor bench, and it is cute. I just don't have materials for it. Grav core detected at a cave entrance. The good news, we actually have a lot of grav core opportunities for growing our ship. I didn't get an opportunity to look at all of the patch notes. I did hear they took the bug, which I'm going to argue was a feature, that the statues of people who had tentacle arms would wiggle. I genuinely thought that was really funny. Just all little statues just going like this. And you're just like, yeah, this is deeply upsetting for the person. They're just trying to do research and they got a bunch of statues standing around them wiggling at them all day. It's fine. And you're all upset from just having all that time with the insulted stacks and all that. Yeah, the sky-high expectations is what really hurting us. Yeah, they got sleep suppressor, so chronophagy is going to be the next thing it researches. All right. Cool, so with that, we're going to go ahead and expand this out here. Put steel doors there and there. Deconstruct these two tiles. The poker table is going to be the more annoying one to fit anywhere. We'll shove it there. Or not the poker table, the billiard table. We'll shove you there. Put the TV here. Then go furniture. So what other stuff do we have? Do we have marble? Alright, yeah, we'll grab you. Marble. It's not really a good position for putting an actual table for eating. That's fine. Okay, so we got a raid showing up. So we got 5 people with spears over here. 5 people with spears over there. 3 people with, like... Basically, we got a crap ton of them. We do have a combat supplier on tile, which is a bit nice. I'm going to trade with them real fast. Is that attacks immediately? They're going to prepare for a while. So schedule, stay in the home zone. We're going to do a quick trade here to ditch some stuff. With the attacks immediately, we're going to go up here and slap that group of 3 down real fast, because they should go pretty easily. And we got that helmet that's basically completely spent. I'll take your stuff there. I think that's about good. Alright, so we're going to grab everyone. Before this has the time to escalate. The plan is to basically roll up here, knock those 3 down, and then start working on one of the R groups. If we're lucky, this caravan will deal with some of them themselves. I'm pretty sure it's a Neanderthal group, just judging by what they arrived with. Yep. Okay. Cool, we got that group. Yeah, I don't think it really matters which one of these are ones we go for. Because we don't actually have any type of a defensive position right now, other than just they have to cross river. So us being the aggressor, since we got the range advantage, isn't a bad idea. How are you doing? You're just insulted a bunch of times in a night owl during the day. Okay. So the good news is I have noticed in Odyssey we actually can get away with a pretty significant amount of damage you can put into groups before they tend to aggress. Unless it's like a siege one, you manage to hit, you know, one of the things right before it has a chance to fire, so or finish completing, so it considers it destroyed. The mortars, that's the one I'm looking for. Okay, and you're still here. Good enough. Start moving on over this way. Because yeah, so basically we're rolling in and bullying them before they have a chance. Because if I would have waited back here for them to attack, since there's no distinct defensive point or whatever, they'd just start smashing my stuff, or I could try and draw them to my people, and then we'd be in an up-close encounter. But the fact that I'm rocking what's effectively almost nothing but assault rifles and chain shotguns, we definitely have a very strong advantage on range over a bunch of pointy sticks. Major break risk on you. You get out of here. You're just gonna have a mood break and not contribute to anything. Oh, they're beginning it, like it or not, anyways. Don't run past my melee line. Okay, so we don't need anything there. I don't need that person. Alright, so we got a couple people took some hits. Nothing too serious, just a couple scratches. Alright. So it was just a minor distraction. Food binge because you're insulted, that's fine. So I was tempted to try and put something other than just dining room chairs, but honestly, for right now, we'll just do that. Oh, and we got two more down here. I can put the bookshelf down here. Alright. Why are you... Oh, you had a break. It's fine. You only got bruised. Hopefully we can get lucky and get gene making online. So that's actually one of the interesting things is we actually got already xenogenetics. I just, you know, it's not my immediate priority to get that plugged in, but that'll let us at least start collecting a bunch of those genes to try and get really good stuff. Because, yeah, I know it'd be fun to, like, sit there and get ourselves set up with, you know, very fast healing, coagulate, deathless, all those silly ones where you can just be ridiculous out there. We need to watch this. Those are the new ones. Go to our settings. Don't put the wood on there, man. Oh, I don't know if we put our dumping stockpile, regular stockpile, low priority, do not allow rotten, and do not allow human or entity corpses. Then we can go over here and say dumping stockpile. Actually, you need to be a normal priority. Deathless is insane. Deathless is really good. So deathless, to be clear, doesn't mean they can't die. But it does mean, like, normally stuff that would be fatal, if it doesn't destroy the brain or delete the entire body, they just get knocked out for a couple of days. But the problem is, like, the frequency of stuff like fire. If the body's destroyed, they don't come back, that kind of thing. I'm not going to need that second regular research bench. We're going to want the higher tech one. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get all this built. And we got a masterwork 1x2 table. Oh, you're all still restricted. Get unrestricted. New lovers! Kianachik and Ducky Deanna are now wooed. Kianachik tried to woo Ducky Deanna by telling a story about core worlds. Ducky Deanna was aroused and agreed to become Kanahawk's lover. Cool. We'll need to make bedrooms. Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure how I want to expand the front of the ship. I could just open this area up, which I think is what we're going to do, is just open up the paths here. Okay, we're getting masterwork dining room chairs, which is good for just boosting this room more and more. Yeah, let's just wait till they get that done first. It is going to need its own light. There's a lot of masterwork chairs and all that going on. Okay, so then we can go here, floors. We would want the morbid sandstone. And that'll be another one. Okay. You can trade with you and see if there's anything you want. Alright. You can have my somewhat worn clothes. And I'll take your money because there's nothing else I want. Just say yes to asymmetry. Hey, Leafy Pew, thank you for the Gigantify and all that. Yep, absolutely. Asymmetry is where it's at. As well as weird skull parties in the area back here. Dancing among statues of your own people. And that was a fun one. So that helped out with our reputation. Alright, so we're going to deconstruct the recreation stuff in here. And we're continuing to build out that room as well. So while they're working on that, let's go ahead and we got more expansion to do. So I'm just going to go ahead and slam this thing all the way up there. Because then we're going to go put another graphic spender here and just put more of these like little side pods off the side. Like little hallways back here for, you know, whatever production we're doing. Guarding Todd. 18 days with paralytic abasia, and you're willing me to get a Psylink former. Do we already have some of the... Yes. What do you have? Pain blocker. You've got vertigo pulse and stun. We can't use vertigo pulse? Yeah, we'll take that. Hey, paralytic abasia person. Welcome to the colony. I have come to the realization you don't have a place to sleep. We're just going to go ahead and shove a sleeping spot right there. And that'll be what we refer to as good... Oh, wait, you're a prisoner. I gotta read that more. I'm pretty bad about checking that. So instead, you're gonna have a nice, relaxing sleep in the middle of a production room. So have a lovely time trying to sleep while people are literally cutting rock nearby your head. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so we're still mining all stuff, still bringing back the steel. I do have queued for you to get taken apart, but that's going to just not get prioritized. We can lock that door open. We can lock this door open. We got our shelves of books back there. The food is right here, so I don't mind leaving that door open as well. Yeah, it's a very impressive, rich, average-sized room. And are getting there still. And so with that, we have a very impressive rec room, a very impressive dining room. So that's another 5 bonus we're getting. So I'll help keep the moods a lot more manageable. I'm noticing I've got all this stuff for wort. And I don't have anything in here for actually fermenting the wort. Because I need to get this stuff out of here. We can't move forward with it. Okay, we'll just put a couple of fermenting barrels over there. And we're having them dump the wood outside, that's fine. Everyone's already converted? Yeah. In that case, go do a targeted conversion of them. Alright. So just need to get them keep them converting as much as possible. Until then, we're just kind of stuck waiting for the construction to get done. That's good. We already got our rec room sorted out. Like, it's going to get improved more. But that rec room, break room will be an extra mood bonus we'll just have. I want to make the room for our barracks to be a bit bigger. because that'll be helpful. Also go in here and say, try to avoid having a kid if you can. I still haven't decided what color we're going to paint these walls. Because the last time we did like black with racing stripes, and it was okay. I never did really get the whole thing painted. Just very unfortunately, we didn't get the time kind of thing. I was going to go for like kind of a NASA punk thing, so grab maybe this light brown or probably actually the orange. Use it like it's the little insulation things, the copper things you see on a lot of the NASA spacecraft. And then the rest would be like predominantly like white off-white. I don't know if that's going to look very good though. Because I can definitely see using a neutral for most of the ship and then having some kind of highlight. Regardless, we're going to probably just leave that all operating the way it is. Do we put up the... Yeah, we have the styling bench. Yep. And it's already configured. Alright. And then we're going to get entirely too much food in our main storage space. That's fine. They'll keep it all getting worked on. Yeah, so those will become steel doors. They'll tear those down. That'll be our connection to the front. I don't really need that zone anymore. I do have the holding platform. We want to get the holding platform set up somewhere as well. I have no idea where we're putting that. To do a little bit of anomaly stuff. Ideally, I'd like to get something that is a Vance anomaly. Probably a Revenant or something like that on the ship at some stage. To allow us to pull Bioferrite and do the research. So that we can put our ritual room to use. But right now, because I got all these production benches in it, it's non-functional. Okay. Yeah, so we're getting more than enough stuff down here. For food-wise. Oh, also see another one. Blocks. Do not allow blocks in there. We can also make this storage compartment bigger. And maybe we will. I think the other priority is to get those other rooms online. And if I still have space, then we move on to the storage compartment. I actually don't know what I'm using this open space here for. I mentioned making a defensive position on the ship, like last time. Have like the long defensive position, and we'll just have like a bunch of bonus rooms over here. Follow the same pattern. I've got this production room, but make it like do a research room where I have the research bench here, and then maybe the fabrication bench slightly up. Then we can have the microelectronics, and then I've got 2 spots up there for whatever. Knowing that means I won't get the research bonus once I get fabrication online. Okay, that's interesting. Ooh, psychic emanator. Alright, let's see. What is it? Reducing sunlight. So we'll get a volcanic winter for like 19 days. I'm gonna wait on that, but I'm gonna get that psychic emanator. Psychic emanator on the ships with how compact they are end up being really good. I could see putting it maybe around here, and it might be enough to cover those rooms and some of these production rooms. Usually you want it to cover the bedrooms, you want it to cover your hospital and your break room, those kind of areas. Production room is certainly a bonus. Anywhere that someone's going to be spending a lot of time, having the psychic emanator there can help. The hospital is especially nice because usually the people in the hospital, because of pain, are already having bad mood stuff. So it could be a pretty good way to mitigate that for the people in the hospital that don't, you know, have a mood break, get up, and then you can't bandage them as effectively. Bedrooms don't matter because they're asleep? Yeah, I mean, they don't... Like, while they're asleep, it's not affecting it, yeah, but... Alright, that's not great. Okay, so we should be alright. Okay. So we got the warg that went to start hunting. And unfortunately we haven't researched batteries. Because I could see doing it where we have like 4 batteries shoved in an area. So we can land and keep things running, even with the geothermal turned off. I could also see potentially setting up an actual switch for these rooms that we could like turn the switch off, this room gets turned off in its entirety. That kind of thing. Alright, we converted the prisoner. We got psychophagy. Frenzy Inducer. Getting the last of tiles for the break room put down. Once we get that, we'll get the last of this done. Okay, I'll put the grab field expander up here. And you'll see how much more we can get. Yeah, because we're getting pretty close to running out of the number of tiles available. I still got 300 tiles left, too. So I'll have 270 or so tiles after this. So we're honestly going to be at 1,000 tiles and almost, like, right at our limit. Okay, so we got a Mech Hiver raid that's attacking immediately. They are going to try and breach the walls. It is 5 Scythers, a Termite, and a Militar. That's actually not the worst. And the reason that's not the worst is really the Termite is the only one who could do meaningful long-range damage. What'd you drop? And I do have one person that's got EMPs. I got that. What's your range? Try to remember what the range is on that. 25. So you can definitely outrange it with the assault rifles. Which is kind of going to be the plan here. Between the assault rifles and that revolver, that the EMP, what's a revolver's range? 26. That's not my favorite. You all get ready to cover for it. And all of you, if you can hit something, shoot it. Wow, I was not expecting you to get downed by a random military shot. To be fair, we're dealing with no armor. Okay, so we got that. So Earth Rush, rescue them. And Kanaha, call that back. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have stood there and just took it to the face. I was kind of hoping that EMP would be enough to just keep it stunned. The good news is, honestly, the Thumper Cannon, while it does an area of effect that's pretty bad, it doesn't hurt that badly compared to a lot of attacks. It's not a lot of raw damage, unlike the Scythers. Start patching everyone up. Okay. And so Earth Rush still needs to be patched up themselves. Okay, who's our other doctor? Okay, so Lunar's already on that. Go grab your Zeus hammer before we lose track of it. And all in all, I think we lost a toe in there. Yeah, I think we... Sorry, not toe, an index finger. That is the one big bummer, is just collecting all these minor injuries. Okay. Biofuel refining is our next research. Let's go. Because that means I can guarantee myself chem fuel. Alright, in the meantime, you don't really have much I need. I'll take that medicine, because I'll always take that medicine. Go ahead and take those package meals, because I've got more money than I know what to do with. You can have a hat. And that's fine by me. Okay, so I got a bunch of mechs we can tear apart. Some of those will give me plasteel, which always a plus. Okay. But yeah, I really want to get like an assault rifle or a heavy submachine gun with the EMP rounds. I feel like either of those would be really, really strong. For just when you have like that big raid roll in and just getting the stuns. It's the same reason why with Anomaly I always liked having one person with the nerve spiker, even pretty late into the game. Just having that one random stun keep coming up again and again. Even if it's not reliable for keeping something properly locked down. Every one of those stuns is potentially one enemy not getting a shot off or two shots off or whatever. So the idea was just to kind of mitigate by just kind of knocking it down again and again and again. Oh, this can be my outdoor space for, like, the shuttle when we get it. So it needs to be a 9x9. Yeah, so we can make an outdoor space to park our shuttle right here. You know, potentially put, like, a scanner there and a scanner here or whatever. Actually, that probably won't be a good idea. Because I'll want to have that when we're in vacuum, be able to have that outdoor space where we can do that. We'll deal with that later. It's fine. Because I'd want to have, like, a hallway that's definitely, like, indoors so that people can get around it. Yeah, so that gave me a little bit of plasteel. You also dropped a decent amount of components. Go haul the bigger stack. Yeah, so I think for the next pod, it's going to be another pod off like that. We'll probably have the high-tech workbench and its, you know, the multi-analyzer. The bio, like the chem fuel production, and then later on the fabrication bench. And then we can go on to the next pod, and it'll be more construction stuff like a machining table, smithy, whatever we end up getting. Get some of this stuff out of here. We'll shut down the regular research bench, because once I get the bigger one, I'll probably stop using that almost entirely. I don't know what this could also be the hospital. Put the hospital right here in the center. How are we doing so far as, Okay, we got the prereq for packaged meals, but not packaged meals themselves. Oh, and we got sterile materials. That'll be good as well. That'll burn up some of that silver and all that. Yeah, so I think this room will become the hospital. Probably keep the hospital to this middle section here. And then use these as just two pathways to run by. Like, I'll keep it open. We can go over here to furniture. That's fine, whatever. Yeah, so I can go here. Then you get a furniture and 2 marble shelves here for medicine. You've got Mad Gazelle, how many? Oh, that's... Alright. A lot of Mad Gazelle, I understand. Because part of the reason I went to do this is for dealing with stuff like flesh beasts and all that. It's a deliberate spot I made as kind of a choke point. And then the idea is for kiting, I got these 2 areas where I can duck in here, and then I get a path the whole way around. Okay. But yeah, then the idea is I could put, like, some type of defensive position along here. I will have our extra production rooms down here. That's our hospital, so if I put, like, the defensive position right here, it feeds directly back into the hospital, so people who get hurt, we're right at the hospital to get them help as fast as we can. Mad Turkey, because Cassandra can't come up with new ideas, apparently. I'm gonna have said that, and like the very next thing, it's gonna be like, here's your Nociosphere. I mean, honestly, with the Nociosphere, I would just... I could easily be like, oh, it's time to go drop the Nociosphere and then launch the ship. And I made these out of steel just because I figured that would... Like, I actually have no idea if that has any impact with anything versus wood when it comes to the treatment, but whatever. I know when we get the hospital beds, those are better. That just depends on getting them. Alright. Yeah, it's all the sandstone tile I put in the back is what's holding up production, all that. But that's fine. We also have all this cotton coming in. Medical emergency on Todd. Because heat stroke extreme. Okay. I didn't realize that was becoming a problem, but let's get that sorted right now. So hopefully that brings the temperature down here. Man, this tile's 110 just without even a heat wave. Okay, it is slowly bringing that temperature down. Don't you have a heater going at the moment? Yeah, on the other side of the ship, the thing to keep in mind with these heaters is they have like a low and a high power mode. When it's in a low power mode, it's not actually doing anything meaningfully for heating. Versus when it's in a high power mode, it's actually doing some effort heating. So it is technically using power, but it's not really doing anything in here. Like if we compare some of these rooms that are in and out of the heat, there's not a meaningful temperature difference between them. They're within 1 degree of each other. The only exception being this one because I put the passive cooler in there. They're like thermostats. Yeah, no, exactly. It's the same thing with the AC. If something is, like if a place is colder, it's not like the AC keeps using power on a meaningful level. It has like a passive power usage, but this isn't making the room hotter. Now, if I crank that sucker up and tell it to be 400 degrees, it's gonna try its best. But that's the opposite side of the ship. Between this and this door closed, I don't think it'd be meaningful. It's just, it's super hot outside. Oh, right! I had the pemmican recipe, so I did tell it if you just had extra stuff, just keep making pemmican. Okay, we got a masterwork steel bed. And right about to finish this room. We're getting our hospital set up real quick. And they'll also get our extender online. And once that's done, we're going to go ahead and build off our next little room down here. Cool. And you got that sealed. So seal up the wall there so no one can tantrum and destroy it. Or it won't get targeted by a raid or whatever. Honestly, I could also see putting doors in these areas. But I haven't really set up much in the way of airlocks, which I understand is actually really worth doing when you're starting to do space stuff. Having it be 2 doors to you going to the outside where space is, vacuum. Okay, so still 282 panels left. So yeah, I actually have more Gravlite panels than I can actually build tiles. That's how many panels we managed to get our hands on. I've also noticed I can't actually make this next one as long as the other one. With that not being located on the very edge, it's fine. So we're gonna have like the one standout one here and a couple shorter ones that stick out here and just move them along there. Okay. And 2 more tiles left, and then that room's done. Then go orders, floor, grab this color, do that. And there'll be another room painted the ideology color. I do appreciate that he keeps trapping himself in here, which does force him to actually pop a hole so he can access this from the inside, versus waiting to make construction last priority. Alright, so this is for that. I want the Psychic Emanator, so I will say yes. So there's Volcanic Winter. We got our Psychic Emanator. I think that'll work out relatively well. We've got the entire hospital, most of the production room in here. I can't get it to the point where I can do the hospital and the room in the back. So I'll put the Psychic Emanator right center ship. I would love to be able to put that also in a wall, but I'm gonna just leave it out. It's fine. Okay, so grab all of you. You're the hospital. New lovers. Earthrush wooed S2D Vitez with playfully making fun of her loyalty. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Well, that's convenient. We were talking about we really needed people to pair up to consolidate some of these rooms and all that a little bit. And since then, we've got 2 brand new couples in the colony, so cool, we'll get 2 double beds, and I'll open up 4 beds for other people if we have more colonists get added. And that won't require me to make the barracks a whole lot bigger either. So I can go here. I actually move it so I can protect those beds. So you can go ahead and get rid of the 2 of the beds in the back here. So I can put the corners so I can't be attacked through the corners. And that's far enough I feel comfortable to start getting the next one of these done. If I make it slightly wider, nah, it's probably fine. Let's sit here and think for a moment. Okay, so we go in here, and we have right there, fabrication bench, and then that'd be the research bench. I wouldn't have much room for that. Yeah, we're going to make this one wider. So 1, 2, 2, and then go up here. Cancel those. And that'd be your center. Okay, Orbital Outlaw. So that's when we'd have to go to space to be able to get it. I don't have what I need to go to space, so that's just not going to happen. Alright, so the reason I was doing that is just trying to figure out what I need to be able to fit more in there for production. Ooh, Nutrimine. I can't use that yet, but I like Nutrimine because a lot of stuff you can make with Nutrimine is good stuff. Oh, you two, Link, copy your settings, paste these here. I don't really have. We'll make you important, so you'll be spare medicine. The main medicine will be here. We'll put like a little extra reserve of medicine right there outside the bedroom, just in case. I'll put a door there. And breakup. You... What? To be clear, they became lovers, and then they broke up because they attempted to hook up previously unsuccessfully. Okay. Because they previously had attempted to romance. Okay. All right. Sure. That's certainly a life decision, I guess. Well, I'm glad I didn't expand this with like the requirement of them having it. Like, I basically am just adding more beds for if the colony grows, because unless we take losses, the colony will eventually grow with that many couples. There's going to be babies. Like, we're doing what we can to mitigate it, but I'm not deliberate. Like, I'd rather they keep getting the loving bonus and all that, and whatever. Rare Thrumbo. Barely can't tame them. We're 1 point shy. Hey, Be the Rat. Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that so much. And all that and so much. Thank you so much. Words are hard. Thank you so much for that raid. I am about to accidentally shout out the wrong person, so let's correct that. And so for those who want to check out Be the Rat, been playing some Rogue Trader. So if that sounds like something good to you, you can find it over there. But thank you again for that raid. It means a heck of a lot. A guinea pig has self-tamed and decided it would like to be meat. Maybe go out of your way to deconstruct that. Alright. Have an RimWorld? Well, thank you. That's the plan. You'll be lurking to grab some food? Yeah, and I got how it goes. Go get that food. I do really appreciate that raid. But then again, welcome in, Raiders Notza. Alright, so you got that going on. Yeah, so basically we're going to try to expand our ship as much as possible with our materials. And then we go for more goodies. Because then I still need to build the advanced research bench. We could fit that. I'd love to get the xenogenetic stuff online. There's really no point in me doing the xenogenetics, though, until I have my own stable power. Because I'll just get something good and then it'll rot because the power failed. Very first time playing it. Great game. Been going full heretic, which has been fun. Gotcha. So I very much enjoy the Warhammer 40k universe, but very genuinely I never got into stuff like Rogue Trader and all that. Mostly because content creator things. They've got kind of the stuff that my audience tends to enjoy watching me play, and it's kind of far enough a departure of that it's a bit tricky for me to pull that off. Might be something I'd maybe check out as a one-off stream. Catch it on sale or something like that. We are making beer. Very little, but we are making beer. Alright. And little by little we are expanding the ship. I could also potentially see having this like wiggle over slightly and putting the defensive position there, and then like our shuttle pad or whatever needs to be outside, like up here on the front too. Any of all that would be fine, because then we could just go here, have like a little side step over. That'd be our back defensive line. This would be the actual like bottleneck for the enemies. I actually have a lot of medicine. Because that's unfortunate. It's your personally favorite 40k game. You don't think it's a stretch to say Rogue Trader is top 5 all-time Warhammer games, but it is a CRPG, and that's a bit of departure from your usual content. Yeah, no, that's the typical thing. Is like with so many games, it's like this. You can point at a game and be like, that is an objectively good game, but just doesn't align with what, you know, what's your regular content, what your viewers expect. It doesn't mean you can't play it or anything quite that extreme, but it does mean it's a lot more consideration goes into playing it just because you know you're gonna have a lower viewership than normal typically, because you know, for a bunch of people it's just not gonna be their jam, which is fine. Alright, so let's get those pulled up. We still have 173 floor tiles we can put down. 160 floor tiles we can put down. Alright. You really love the Warhammer series? Play it. It's a lot of reading, but some great lore. Yeah. No, the idea is I'd probably play it off stream, because it's just not one of those things that I think would do well on the channel. Nothing wrong with the game. There's just a whole thing you have to take in consideration with as a content creator, like what people are looking for, yada yada. As you build up an audience around certain content, does that align with your typical content? Let's see, you mentioned before, you come from a GTRP community. How did you join your build project Zomboid Blitz in late December? You watch RP streamers do variety, and yeah, you've seen what you're referencing in action. Oh yeah, no, if you have something that's like your thing, and you branch away from it, it's one of the very big difficulties for a lot of content creators, is you'll have content creators who are like a one-game content creator, and they've done that for a long time, and, you know, whatever happens. The developers behind the game do something crappy, so people lose interest in it, or, you know, they just burn out on it. Whatever the thing is. Yeah, I don't care. We'll just do it for the mood bonus. But, like, whatever the thing is that they decide it's time to change. And a lot of times it can be something completely outside their stuff. Like, for example, there were people who were, like, City Skylines content creators and Kerbal Space Program content creators. And you'd have the, you know, like Kerbal Space Program 2 came out, and it basically murdered that category. Like both Kerbal Space Program 1 and 2 utterly got murdered when Kerbal Space Program 2 did so badly. And so now they, like, no fault of that creator, they now gotta figure out what the heck they're doing. Alright, so... I don't really think we move into any of these other ones right now. But we can go in there. I try to make it so I can make, like, one change per each of these. So... I don't have any I'm really going out of my way for right now. Because I'm not going to do something to make it easy. I'm not going to change that and all that. That's like the whole thing, is that we're making that very difficult. I don't plan on doing anything like that. Like, we have to be inhuman, shipborne, or transhumanist to be okay with nutrient paste. Free is honestly fine as it is. So what we can do is, I think for just something really wild out there, we're going to go animals. We now venerate alpha thrombos. If we get the opportunity to get an alpha thrombo, we now beeline for the alpha thrombo. It is now an ideological goal for us. Is it right? You want to check out the new Imperials DLC? Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's and breakup. Alright. Donkey Duff told Keanu Chick that it's not working out. Why are you doing this? Why are you all melting down your relationships right now? Well, at least he managed to cancel the negative mood. Well, we went from having one couple in the colony to having 3 couples, back down to 1 couple, all in the course of like 1 in-game week. And the downside is that was the couple who has been around the longest. So who is our still remaining existing couple? Okay, well, since you two broke up, the reality is you lose dibs on the double bed. So now you have to go back to living your life in twin beds. That's right, you brought this on yourselves. It's high school RimWorld edition, yeah. So buy it now and integrate in your ROM. Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, you're continuing to go on the Warhammer stuff. Yeah, like I said, that's it's one I definitely want to check out. Okay, and gift, you gave me gold. You know what's up. Alright, do you have anything I can use? I'll buy your 1 unit of medicine. You can have my worn out face masks, my worn out capes, my worn out pants. Okay, so I've almost got these tiles cleaned up and ready for expanding and opening up the walls. We're going to reinstall this light over here. That way when I tear down that wall, I don't have the light get tossed in the floor. That'll be the most interesting one to deal with, is when we move and I've got all this stuff hooked up to do things. What is your range? 90? I'll actually let them keep that running. Alright. How long you been on this run? That is an excellent question that has an answer. Probably like 4 or 5 in-game years. Keep in mind, we are doing a very slow burn challenge. We are Tribalist, which means we have 50% research speed, and we are a Ritualist ideology with the maximum penalty on it, which means that's another 25%, like 75% penalty, but 25% research speed. So our actual research speed is about 12.5%. And then on top of that, I'm running the no research mod, so we started with no research. I can't really show you now because we've actually researched the things, but I didn't start with stuff like the passive cooler to the pemmican or anything, despite being tribal. And then we also have the random research mod, so I don't get to control my research. Randomization controls it. So I get stuck with whatever research they give me, and I get to smile and like it, or I guess, not like it as well as, you know, a thing I could do, but it doesn't change what I get. So we are running like a lot slower than you normally would. Just dealing with all that. Okay, so we can go here, production, high-tech research bench. It's like, oh nice. You meant like what day you started in case you want to check the VOD. That is an excellent question that also has an answer. I don't remember off the top of my head, to be entirely honest, unfortunately. I think we're on stream 3 or 4 of it, so I would guess Saturday or Sunday, maybe? Probably Saturday, maybe? Oh, don't take apart that tile. Okay, so we'll expand the bedroom. And we're getting this production room online. So we're going to be building the lab in here. I have room for a fabrication bench later. I can't do that one anyone. It's in space. We'll just die in vacuum if I try and do that. Yeah, so we can put the the refining here. I had planned for this room to oh, we can lock those doors open. I had planned to put like the fabrication bench over here and then the biofuel refining here. And it'll fit, but then I don't have room for the micro analyzer. We'll figure it out. Let's see. So the graph chip, you just do you just place flooring, and then any wall will work for making it airtight. Or only certain walls. Only certain walls. So if you look at this wall here, there's an airtight stat. So like that wall's fine, your exterior wall. If I then go down here to where's, if you go to stone walls here, well, steel wall is airtight as well. If we go to these stone walls are not airtight. Wood walls are not airtight. You get the idea. There's certain walls are airtight, certain ones are not. Yeah, we gotta get power cable in there. So at this point we can disassemble that research bench. Still works though, so you're not tech locked for the ship. That's nice. Yeah, so basically with the ship, okay, we got smithing next. Basically with the ship, if you want to build it yourself, you have to have basic grav tech. Otherwise, if you start with the ship, you can just do the ship right in there immediately. Okay, so we got a site stealer. Let's start rallying everyone back here. Alright, so we got Site Stealer event. So what we're going to go ahead and do is schedule everyone back to the home zone. Because we're going to have another big wave of them. So I mostly just don't want people way off on their own. Unfortunately, we didn't really get a lot of this stuff set up in a really good way. So what we're going to want to do is we can build some more double beds. Reinstall you here. Reinstall you there. Put one more bed here. And then we can go floors. Oh, hey. Cancel that. Cancel moving that. And you'll need to have that reinstalled over there. Not need to. I am going to reinstall that over there because I'm going to put the one tile there to make it so those don't get just destroyed. And then we can just go ahead and build another bed here. Wait, what are you trying to build that bed out of? Don't build a bed out of granite. Oh, those are granite beds. You know what? That's fine. They're not flammable. Alright, so the real danger I have right now with leaving things the way they are for when these site stealers show up is just the fact that my ship only has ways in and out here. So the risk if people are on the other side of the ship down here is pretty high. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this off to make this not part of the ship. I also need to actually... Oh, there are scheduled to the home zone. So I want to try and make sure we keep them where they can get to those doors relatively quick. That way when the site stealers do arrive, we are prepared to just run inside the ship real fast to give ourselves a choke point to fight from, and go from there. I think that'll do for right now. It still works though you're not tech locked, yeah. So you can do quite a bit. Not too bad. Meanwhile, we are going to need to go production. I will add that here. And for right now, until we have fabrication, I'm going to move all of these in here. And then with that, that makes our ritual room usable. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. I do hope the issues people have been having with Twitch, like disconnecting, buffering, all that kind of garbage gets sorted. Alright, so I still have 170 panels left. So what I'm thinking is we give ourselves some kind of a defensive position here. Actually bring that in a couple tiles. Yeah, that'll be where our defensive position goes. We haven't made the thing to reveal site stealers yet, have we? Yeah, we don't have proximity detector. It would be really convenient if I could get another room set up here for the anomaly stuff. Or even honestly back here. So for the anomaly stuff, it's what? You are a 3x3? Okay, we wouldn't need much. So to have our 3 tiles there. That'd be what I need for a 3x3 room. Okay, so shove that way back there. And that'll be a room for the anomaly stuff, and we'll see if we have enough there. Because if we can get that up, if we can catch a Sight Stealer, at least that gives me some very minute amount of bioferrite coming in. And then with that, we can potentially use that to power rituals, do all sorts of stuff, and then seek out better things to funnel into it. We've already got that almost sorted. I wish these Sight Stealers would get here already. Okay, we're gonna not want to build that tile. Instead, build a tile there. And again, that's for making a defensive position. That we can at least bottleneck enemies into, and all that. And like you can see, I'm keeping this area to retreat. Because also a thing that way I could do is I could put my ACs along this area, wall it off on that edge, and that gives me a place to dump out the heat that the enemies, unless they drop pot in, shouldn't be able to get to. Alright, let's grab everyone. So, melee, try and get up here. All the ranged people back here. It's not it, right? I think we just got the one that had the shard first. And meanwhile, that's gonna go right there. Are we in the clear? Okay. Okay, we're not actually in the clear. All right. Let's give it an extra minute, see if more pop out. Because they come from all edges of the map. All right. Okay, bear with me, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast and grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. Turn off by that. Wait a moment.
Idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Orange. And home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance that they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom, they died.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Alright. And we're back. That was Little Guardsman. I highly recommend Little Guardsman as just a fun, ridiculous game. It's vaguely like... it's kind of Papers, Please-esque, but like a lot more silly humor than, you know, Papers, Please. But it's got like a lot more silly humor going for it than that. And it also, like, it doesn't just stick to nothing but the, like, it doesn't stick to just the style of, like, you know, you go there and you have to, like, attrition things. You got all these tools that you only have to use so many times, and you can figure certain people out using different methods. So it's not like Papers, Please, where I'm like looking at it and I'm looking at the number here and they have to match, and if not, it's a failure. They have some of that. But then at the same time, they've also got it where, you know, you can go up and the person be like, oh yeah, here's my papers. Don't worry. You know, I'm not a serial killer. And you're like, what? Why would you say that? And then you can do like a thing where you can force them to tell the truth, or you can, you know, check to see if they have metal on their person or whatever. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and put a door back there, because that's going to be where we keep anomaly stuff. How much space do I have back there? I actually have a decent amount of space. I might genuinely put 2 benches in there. And then between the 2 benches... Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so I would need that for the actual table. Have a border around at least that far. And then filler. Yeah, because then what I could do is I could put the bioferrite extractors here. Actually, put the biofactories here and here, so they're out of the way. Let's see, if you were to pick up RimWorld with the Odyssey DLC, you'd make a symmetrical ship. That's okay, that's fine. That's what most people do. Like, symmetrical ships don't upset me. I find them often to be less interesting, but that's fine. Okay, temporary workers. I mean, I don't really care about this. I'd rather just have my ship running than send you 3 people. Harsh cookie. Insulting spree because you got broken up with. Cool, man. Real team player, that cookie. Or that... Real team player, that attitude. Is there a unique Zeus hammer? I have not seen any unique melee weapons so far. I'm not going to say they don't exist, but I haven't had anything that supports that they do exist. It seems to be primarily ranged weapons. That said, it could be I just haven't seen them. I haven't played exhaustively to the point that I can swear to one or the other. You mean if you check your storage saying there's a non-melee weapon? That is a good point. Unique. Yeah, so we got all of our weapons unique. And yeah, no, there's no melee weapons at all. That's fine. I don't think there's as much potential for interesting stuff there. But your ship you're making is making your brain hurt, knowing that everything could have been made. Same on both sides, with unique bits in the middle. Yeah, but that's fine. Like, things don't have to be symmetrical. Heck, I mean, you look at a lot of the more interesting ships we've had in Star Wars, and most of the more interesting ships in Star Wars are also not symmetrical. Like, the Millennium Falcon is not symmetrical. They got one cockpit shoved off the side. A lot of the bounty hunter ships aren't symmetrical. I mean, some of them are. Don't let symmetry hold you back, man. There's a whole world of possibilities out there, many of which are not symmetrical. Nothing wrong with symmetrical, but don't feel obligated to stay symmetrical. Just say yes to asymmetry. Exactly. Okay, and we can go cool solar flare, everyone's favorite. If it fits, it fits. Yep. Well, it's those things with as much of an area as you can cover and being limited to just 2,000 tiles. Like, don't get me wrong, 2,000 tiles is a pretty big ship. And I only got 23 more tiles I can build. Well, 22, because that tile's not built yet. I still have 36. Okay. So we got mechs arriving by transport pod. Okay, so I got a group of 3 Scythers up here. 3 Scythers down there. And 2 Scythers down there. You made me slip, alright, I don't think I was going to say something profane, but okay. Oh, did you two social fight? Of course you did. Alright, well, let's go deal with this, because this is one of those situations. Shuttle has arrived for Todd. Todd's gonna have to wait a minute. Because this is one of those situations where I can knock down a group of these before we have to go and deal with them as larger groups. I don't think we run all the way across the map for the other 5. I don't... Oh, I mean, no, I don't... Like, don't get me wrong, it's not that I've never sworn on the channel, I certainly have. I don't think I was gonna say it. It's also those things I'm now going in memory being like, wait, did I? Came a little bit closer. There we go. Alright, return to the ship in the meantime. Yep, because that's us figuring. With as long as that took us, like, yeah, we're probably getting there. Alright, well, if we're doing that, let's try running down here. We can intercept these ones as they get to the water. And I don't know where these ones down here. They could cross over there, or they could go around here and cross over here. Alright, looks like they're going to cross over here. Either way, that's where your brain went? Yeah, that's fine. And sorted with no injuries. Love to see it. Todd, get the hell out of my ship. Alright. Nice and easy. Yeah, when they just show up with just Scythers and all that, usually it's not too bad. Now granted, if it's enough Scythers that they can just kind of power through at you, that could be a problem. But, whatever. What were we going? Oh, the Psychic Neoformer. And I believe it was you who needed that. Right, because I got Vertigo Pulse, but I can't actually use it. Where did that drop again? There it is. So you go pop that real quick. Alright, so they got Word Joy as their new power. Which does dull sensation and reduces consciousness. But that's a pretty good one for someone as, like, kind of a mess on all that. Did you set up your chem fuel recipe? I did not, and I need to. Not organics. Make chem fuel out of wood. Do forever. We'll say do until we have 2,000, which is way more than I could probably need. And how are we doing on our power grid? We still have 2,500 extra power. So give that time to run. We got more food than I know to do with. We got plasteel, we got steel, we got components. I've got a giant mountain of pemmican. Because I can't make packaged meals, so pemmican is how we're keeping our long-term food. Okay, and every part of the ship is in the home zone. Yeah, because then we can get that taken care of. And like I said, this is just a defensive point that we just pile our people back here and we just shoot at stuff as it runs in. It's not really that good. It's too short, and then not enough position for people. I do one more row of defensive line, and after that I can't without risking friendly fire. Hey, Resorty! Thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? Let me go and get you a shout-out. Resorty playing some chess. Excellent time. I hope you had some good games of chess and all that stuff, so if you're looking for some chess, you can catch that over there. But thank you for that raid, I really do appreciate that, and welcome in, Raiders. And again, like, I do hope your stream went well, like, by all means, let us know what you were up to and all that stuff. We got smithing. Smithing means I can now make helmets. But definitely, if you're into chess, you can find it over there, go check it out, all that good stuff. It was lots of fun, it's always good seeing you, and I hope you're enjoying the new amazing DLC. I am. The DLC has been excellent. We can go ahead and get rid of that prisoner spot there. Absolutely have been enjoying the DLC. So let's go ahead and we can put down an electric smithy. I'm just going to chuck it right here in the middle of the room and make everyone run around the outside of it. Yeah, and I'm going to have to move stuff around here if we go to the fabrication bench. We'll worry about that when we get there. Right now I want to get our anomaly room built in the back of the ship here, so I can lock in things in the back room of the basement and all that. We still don't actually have our own meaningful power generation on board the ship, which will be a problem. But anyways, I should mention, so again, if you're looking for chests, you can find it over there with Resorty and all that good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, I'm a variety streaming. I am a variety streamer, and I've been playing a whole heck of RimWorld Odyssey recently, and all that good stuff. I do play a range of games. Let's see, did you know that an animal corpse has less value than the meat it contains, which in turn has less value than the meal it's made of, the same meat? So if your colony value control is better to keep corpses unbutchered? Yep. It's one of the reasons I don't tend to play on the really, really high difficulty settings, because then you have to care about that kind of stuff. And needing to, like, min-max micro strategize what can I do to, like, get this as cheap as possible. Oh, hey, I can choose to, like, leave a bunch of corpses in the back here. It's always been one of those ones I'm like, yeah, I just don't want to get into that whole thing. But yeah, no, there's a bunch of stuff like that you can do that gets, like, all sorts of silly money balancing goodies. Alright, meanwhile, we're going to go in here and say orders, floor, paint our new expansion to our room there. We got that smithy to build, and that'll let us make helmets. So it's worth us doing that, because right now I have no armor to speak of any kind. And you're making a harpsichord now as the next thing that we've got going on. I am running the no research mod, which means we start with no research, and the semi-random research mod, which means I don't get control of my research. It just chooses the next one, and I go, cool, I like it, or, well, I don't like it, and the game goes, ha, too bad. And it's going pretty good, though. We don't have a lot of our later game tech. We're doing pretty solid on the ship. We had back-to-back really big wins on just getting our ship built up more. I'm going to make you deconstruct that shuttle, because that's plasteel sitting right there. And a shuttle engine. Corpses of animals also take up less space than they're at rest. Well, in multiple ways as well. Because when you butcher it, you know, you have the animal, and at a minimum, you've got the corpse. When you butcher at a minimum, you got at least 1 stack of milk and 1 stack of meat, and 1 stack of whatever the textile you get from it is. And if it happens to have more meat, then you get even more areas covered. Alright, so we've got that. And is your power not hooked up? No, they haven't got that last cable there. So I got 35 more tiles that I could add to the ship. I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything meaningful with that right now. Yeah, don't worry about it. I was going to see if I could stretch. Actually, I can't do that many. I've got 22 tiles. That I could put 22 tiles up there. So I can just make like a little spot up there. I'm not going to worry about that. What I will do is we're going to end up needing another door here anyways. So I'm going to make another door for this side. Would you stop having insulting sprees as the only break you're going to do? I think the last 3 breaks I've had on them is insulting spree. Go on a food binge or something, man. Broaden your horizons of how you have emotional breakdowns. Oh yeah, we'll add 1 tile here so it doesn't look as cursed. Yeah, because basically with this, I figure we got the 2 doors here, so we have access to this choke point over there, and to be able to just go out the back to protect the engines, and then this gives me so I can get to this side. I definitely could see adding doors to some of these areas. I'm just worried about having too many doors that we can't keep the air moving. Alright. So please tell me no important injuries. Just some bruises. Cool, and let them get that tile done. We do have spare chem fuel now going on our shelves. Now, what I don't know is when it comes time to expand our ships. What I'll probably do when it's time to expand is we'll probably close that off, make a giant like engine nacelle kind of thing back here, and then have a door connect it. And then for like the actual fuel, I have no idea where I'm going to shove that, but we'll put that somewhere on the ship. It doesn't need to be near anything, I don't think. It just needs to be on the ship. So we can go shove that in a corner. Alright, so we can get that in position. Now, our entire cabinet here is overloaded with everything. What we could probably do is our art bench here. Fills, clear, details, jade, nothing else. As long as you got jade, you make statues. That way we don't keep jade back here. And did I set you to burn apparel? I did not. Burn apparel. Do forever if the apparel is not clean. Burn apparel. Do forever if it is below 90% health. It is not armor or utility. And there's the harp. And now you're going to give me Neural Supercharger. Alright, bills, add bill, make simple helmets. Do until we have one that is over 90% health. You haven't had the time to actually delve into Odyssey, but your favorite thing is, so far, is every time I check a stream, is the shape of someone's ships would indicate that it would just Beyblade through space rather than travel in a straight line. I mean, right, yes. So, right, in real life not having balanced thrust and all that, you would have that. But for all you know, for all we know, I should say, they could have vectoring on the engines that could be used to counteract that inefficiently. But, you know, inefficiently is not nothing. Alright, we can add a harp. I got way too much junk in there. Power-wise, we still have spare power, but that's only one of the geothermal. So what I wanted to check... Yeah, so it still keeps it at 50%. I thought it would, because it's just been a while. I can reinstall that light back there, maybe? Nah, it's fine. 1% of something is always more than 0% of anything. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, though, is with, like, the center of mass and all that. But, like, there would be ways you could do this where it would work. I understand, you know, if, assuming the center of mass is here and all your thrust is on this side, it would want to rotate it. But, yeah. The point is, it's a video game. It doesn't matter. We also don't know if there's anything on the ship that creates... Maybe this creates a ridiculously strong gyroscopic force within it. So that even though I'm pushing it on the side, this is trying to naturally hold it in its trajectory and all that. There's ways. It's fine. Yeah, I did see the engine thing outside. Yeah, there's the Masterwork helmet that's pretty much done. An excellent jade quality statue, or an excellent jade statue. I'm just gonna dump that in there for right now. Okay, so they did get the engine inside. And that's because we have people actually burning some of these helmets. Is 1% of nothing more than 0% of something? No, they're both nothing. No matter what you multiply by 0, it's still 0. Doesn't matter whether the first part of the equation or the second part of the equation being multiplied is 0. It's still 0. Alright, a non-traditional offer. You want 16 lab coats. You are offering me enough for it. I'm not going to do it. Because I don't think I have the materials is laying around to do it. But you are making the appropriate offer. So I'm just kind of giving them a second to make these helmets. Just because, like, I really need the materials and all. Like, I really need the space in here and all that. The good news is I got food forever. Mysterious cargo. And you're willing to give me a masterwork harpsichord. Hey, you remember that harp I told you to make? Don't worry about it. Well, where's my pod? I want my pod. So the centrifugal force is a great option for artificial gravity during long space voyages. Oh, the crew is subjected to 6 Gs for 3 months. Let's see. Did I miss the message about the pod? No, not yet. So, the golden cube is really dangerous. It doesn't seem really dangerous, but it will absolutely melt down your colony. Now, the downside is I got this really cool harpsichord, and I have no idea how I'm fitting it anywhere. For right now, I'm just going to install it there. But, we're going to need to adjust our break room to make room for our harpsichord. Alright, and with that said, make sure the cube is not on board. Cool. And with that, the cube is scary. I'm afraid. I want no part of the cube. We are leaving the cube. Is it possible to play this DLC and not build a ship? Like starting a base, gearing up, researching the tech, as one of the endings. As one of the endings, doing the ship. You said once that they forcibly frog you. Oh yeah, no. So this run I didn't start with the new scenario, so it literally is when I don't have to leave. I could just stay in one place and then have the ship and do ship stuff. It is just one of those things that you can have it go the other way, where it's like if you choose the start scenario, that is the brand new start, then yes, you will have to move around constantly, but that's a special scenario. You can just do like a normal run and then build the ship. Like you don't have to start with the right thing. Yeah, basically it's a quest. Well, I mean, it's not technically a quest, it's a specific starting scenario that, you know, triggers a quest kind of thing. Alright. So I kind of am not super on board with any of those spots. Let's do this one. This is the only one that has anything going on, so we're going to go ahead and go to this ancient uplink. Let's see, quest concluded. That's just the monolith. It'll come back up again the next time we go to the next place and accept it. Alright. So we got our map here. I also did not pop the Ancient Danger on the last map. I need to remember to do that. Honestly, that's as good as any place. I need to remember to pop the Ancient Danger. Because that's where we can get some Mech Resurrection Serum, we can get some good goodies out of it, it's a good source of plasteel, it's a good source of having casualties, you know, basically everything that RimWorld really needs. We're not planning on staying in this tile too long. This is a tile about snagging goodies and getting out. Alright, so nothing I need to mine on this tile to that group. Alright, so nothing we care about any of that stuff. Ambrosia Sprout. So go down here. I'm not even going to take the time to hook up the power. We're just going to let it sit. Because for those who missed, I am dependent on hooking up to geothermal when I land for my power right now. So plan is just go down here, hack this thing, then to get ready to move on to the next spot. Well, that's the Ancient Danger right there. So you got locked out. So let's go pop this Ancient Danger. Okay. Oh, that's a baby one. Okay. Okay. And just like that, we got that sorted out. We'll take all these apart for the plasteel. Open that and take a look. Strip you, strip you, strip you, strip you. Hey, don't. All right. And the reason we're stripping them is a lot of them, they will drop goods. We have cooking. So if Kyono chick come back and pop that in their eye. Alright, so with all that, we can go to our shelves. Storage. Tainted. Do not allow tainted. Do not allow tainted. Do not allow tainted. And then we go over here. Zone. Stockpile. Dumping stockpile. Priority low. Priority low. It's saying a great memory with really high cooking. So also we got multiple instances of recon armor we can use. So for people hauling that, could just keep going at that. We were trying to get the ancient uplink, so we're just here to quickly grab some goodies. And not really looking to bring on any new recruits if I don't have to. Okay. So we found a thing I can't actually go to and do anything with, so that's a bummer. So force haul the armor. Force haul the other armor. That armor is tainted. So I just want to grab the good stuff. Just leave the rest there. And basically once they haul all that crap out of there. Yeah, you're not tainted, right? You don't have the T on you. Meanwhile, I can go over here and say, for anyone else, chop down some trees if you got the time. Okay, so we got people putting on recon armor and all that. Oh, let's go to our assignments, manage apparel policy, anything. Okay, we already turned off the do not allow or turned on the do not allow tainted. You're hungry and you want recreation. That sounds like a problem you can solve yourself. All right. We got a bunch of heavy SMGs. We don't care about that. All those advanced components back. All these weapons back. All that back. All this back. Not so worried about the single component down there and the little bit of steel. So there's not... Oh, hey, don't do that. I appreciate the thought. But forget cooking on that thing. That's on me. Okay, so there's nothing left to burn in here is what we're seeing. So we still got 2 advanced components. We definitely want those. Cool, so there is actually room in there. Alright, so how long do we have till we can launch again? 2 days. So basically everyone's just gonna chill here for 2 days. I realized cutting down these trees to make chem fuel isn't going to do anything for us because we don't have our power hooked up. Nor am I gonna put the effort in hooking up that power. And I don't see any additional walls for a second ancient danger. That said, with this map being the way it is, there very well could be 3 ancient dangers, and I wouldn't have any way of telling. Alright, grab that. So I got some submachine guns in case we get more people. Or to trade, or to melt, doesn't matter. Alright, so I can put down 21 more blocks as something to work on in the meantime. I could expand our storage more. I don't really feel like that's necessarily super helpful. That'd be 14. Put a block there. We have 22, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I have 6 more blocks. I don't like it. We'll leave it alone. I'll add that corner there so they can't attack through the corner. But otherwise we're going to leave it alone. I'm going to need more blocks to do anything worthwhile anyways. I guess in the meantime, we got our 20 blocks. There's 12. And let's have a little platform. Not going to bother on closing it. Basically just getting where I'm going to be building the next thing staged while we're waiting for this to come back online. Okay, and with that, we're at 1,000 out of 1,000. I cannot build any more. Oh, apparently I had insect meat in there? Man, I didn't remember we had insect meat. Oh, right, because we literally just killed a bunch of insects in here. Right, that would certainly make sense. Alright, that does mean if I want to make this ship any bigger, I gotta go after a grav core. I did see there's a grav core to the east of us once we can launch again. We're just waiting for that to happen. Yeah, because I got grav core right over here. And that's a cave system. That's probably the insect cave thing. But that wasn't bad. We got ourselves two sets of recon armor, a bunch of equipment, all that. Not the end of the world or anything. Oh, you know what I should have done with these? I should have put them back here just a little bit to make room for the harpsichord. Vitez is getting angry because they're hungry and sleepy and they're terrible at fishing. They have low animal skills, so it just takes forever. impacted steel. We don't actually care about it. I don't have where to put it. I'll put it on the list just to do something. But this is basically full up. We gotta use stuff. Alright, it's almost go time. Alright. And we are ready to go. So I can't quite reach over there to where we want to go yet. We can go to the ancient ruin we've got over here. So I figure we go ahead and do that. We go to the ancient ruin, that'll probably be close enough that we can jump onto that. So kind of just move from, you know, place of opportunity to place of opportunity. I do look forward to getting the grav core power, which could be a long time. Just so I can put those like little teeny tiny power locations on the ship. All right. So I've got that. Just taking a quick peek for any obvious ancient dangers. Nope. Oh man, from RimWorld patch notes, fix flesh tentacle statue no longer moves. Tragic. Agreed. We actually had that conversation earlier. It's like, why did they disable such a great feature? Okay, so we're gonna land the ship here. Now, did that give us a penalty for destroying the tree? No. Alright, so ready to rock and roll. What do you got going on? Alright, so I need to wait for people to grab their food real fast. Okay, so now we have an ancient place to start taking on. Okay, and I believe this is the old style ancient. Okay, ancient uplink right at the beginning, that's fine. What is cube withdrawal? There is, from Anomaly, the golden cube. It makes people obsessed with it. And cube withdrawal is the thing that happens as you spend time away from the cube. It is a very, very dangerous anomaly that comes across as very not dangerous. It is one people underestimate how bad it can be. So people who've been around for a while and have dealt with the golden cube and all that, quite often they get it and the very first thing they do is get rid of it as quickly as possible. Is it just me or the ruins seem way brighter? I haven't had a chance to check the patch notes, but it does feel like they did brighten some of this up. Because that was my one big complaint I had about Odyssey, was just you got to these areas and you couldn't really make out what was and wasn't in play, and it was just like, you know, this, like, it was genuinely taking a lot away from the enjoyment of it. because you're just like straining your eyes. Is it underground ones? Yeah, the underground ones are definitely the worst offenders, but I definitely remember these style ruins being awful as well. Now granted, it could be just that this specific ruin isn't that bad. So you never gotten that one? Good to know. Is there some way of getting rid of it? The withdrawal? It'll go away on its own, as long as they don't get to continue playing with the cube. That's kind of what you deal with, is just the golden cube. Someone automatically becomes obsessed with it the moment it drops. But the longer you have it, the more and more people gradually become obsessed with it until your whole colony is melting down. It's like, once you know how to handle it, the golden cube is pretty easy to deal with. You're going to have one person who's going to go catatonic. Alright, so we got some free chem fuel. Love to see it. Surprisingly, a whole lot of nothing else here. I was expecting some kind of fight. Or hunters or wasps or something. I'm not going to complain about not having to fight a bunch of stuff. A security terminal? I haven't seen anything for the security terminal to do. Alright, and with that, we've explored it all. Go order, allow. Go ahead and you can mine these real fast. We'll go here and... There's no plasteel. No jade. No gold. No silver. There is one node of uranium ore. Alright, so we got all that going on. How long are we here for? 3 days? Probably not worth me wiring up to the geothermal. Now, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot else I can do here of value, really. Let's see, we have another grav ship wreck that we saw in orbit that we just can't do anything with. Meanwhile, I can go here, zone. And low priority on both of those. Oh, I know what we can do. Hey, grab one of these. Set. Alright, crap we don't need. So grab all of these little bits of fabric and all that we don't need. We can grab these various drugs we don't need. Grab the little bit of jade. Probably not going to use those, so grab those and send them on their way. A bunch of random weapons I'm probably never going to use. And because I've got all the materials. Alright. So basically I'm taking all this stuff that I'm probably not going to need. We're going to take it out of storage, we're going to put it in this thing, and we're going to send it to one of the enemy factions to get some standings with them. Because that'll clear up a bunch of our inventory space, making room for more steel. It'll get a bunch of this out of my inventory, like it'll get it off to the side and all that, which is good. Also make room for this chem fuel we found up here. You don't have anything we care about, right? Yeah, I don't care about a pistol. Yeah, so the idea is pretty much is we're just grabbing everything out of here that I don't want. Well, not everything. Grabbing a bunch of stuff out of here I don't want. Alright, storage. No blocks. Okay. Oh, beer. Was beer not on the list? There we go. Add the beer. Gonna go buy ourselves a friend. Yeah, so as you can see, we're clearing up entire shelves of stuff here by doing this. That's kind of the whole point. Major break risk on multiple of you. Your cube withdrawal. Wait, do two of you have cube withdrawal? Okay, that's fine. And you're just dealing with your breakup. Yeah, so you have cube withdrawals, so what we can do is you can't word joy yourself, can you? You can word joy yourself. Cool. So we're just going to word joy them. Let's see. Ducky Diana and Canahawk wants to spend their life together. Cool. They've agreed to get married. Okay. Cool. So we sent a whole bunch of junk towards the pig faction. And then to go with that, it's time to go bang on some drums. And continue to bring the party bus around and make friends with everyone by just partying out in our bus. Unforgettable. So the Broken Empire likes us just a bit more. And I guess we can go outside and do one more party. Yeah, so we can just let them keep mining that, keep topping off our steel. And otherwise, we're just basically chilling till it's time that we can move on to the next stop. Oh, right, my lantern, or the Sky Lantern party is only a certain time of year. That's fine. Let's let them reload the wood that goes onto my wood shelf. And otherwise, everyone who can haul is going to keep hauling the steel in. We're also eating a lot of that pemmican, which is totally fine. Yeah, so Donkey Duff is working on getting through their cube withdrawal. Yeah, what was the Joy Fuzz? Was it 20% consciousness penalty? Yeah, 20% consciousness penalty. So basically they're taking a double whammy on their consciousness between me Joy Fuzzing them and for them having cube withdrawal. And that's fine. When they hit 100%, they will get downed for a bit. And that's just what it is. It's fine. Okay, so all the wood's loaded up. Everyone's grabbing the steel to just load it up into into our storage. We have so much silver. I need a combat supplier to come by with just some, like, you know, legendary melee weapons. Get some, like, or even exotic goods chair and get some of the patterns that we could put on the research bench to open up our, you know, research options. Strange signal. Okay. Okay, the monolith has arrived. You can go back to studying it, it's fine. It almost feels like I need a second door there, but that's fine. Gore Hulk Assault. Alright. Let's get people into positions as best we can. And the hope is they actually will go to just attack us. Alright, so it's 20 Gore Hulks. Now, if we're lucky, like 2 of them will survive. And we'll be able to toss them in here and get where we can bring our anomaly research with us. They can't handle the power of the guinea pig. Power of the guinea pig forcing them to turn back. You trash that fire, that's fine. Okay. You're still up, right? What are you doing, man? There you go. Okay. So with that, we'll run you two just up in here to deal with this. We've got 5 Gore Hulks that are still alive. Are there any who happen to be still alive? And that's a perfect one. That's a perfect one. That's a winner. It's missing both its legs. Go ahead and capture that one. So capture both of those. Alright. So this is going to be a weird one because I'm going to have to band it up before it's in the hospital. And so you have a little bit of a change of pace. Lunar. Start tending to that one without medicine. Meanwhile, we don't need all these gore hulks, so let's go ahead and get rid of some of the redundant gore hulks. Yeah, so basically what I need to do is I need to stop it from dying from bleeding out. But because it lost both its legs, it will never break out. So it's mine forever. Because they also don't need to eat, or any of those other annoying things that you have to do to live. It's also missing what's effectively its arm. Hey, could you, like, treat that thing? Okay, and we killed all the other ones. Now, gore hulks aren't exactly a great anomaly thing for keeping around. Just so far as they don't give you a whole lot of bioferrite, they don't give you a whole lot of research, all that kind of stuff. But again, having one that can never escape, that just means I get a trickle of bioferrite for effectively free forever. And then meanwhile, I got the other one back here. It's good. So yeah, it's only going to give me 3... I mean, 3 bioferrite a day is better than I thought it was. Okay, so with that, capture the gore hulk. Bloodshed for hire. That's fine. Yeah, so you'll keep the keep that. Electro Harvester, which is good because that's a prereq for the Bioferrite Harvester. Okay, and in 3 hours I'll be able to leave. We've already got all the dead anomalies off the ship. So what we'll probably do is I'm going to see how long that Donkey Duff is downed by this, because they're about to be downed from the Golden Cube addiction. Because the next spot we're going to is a combat location. And so I would definitely like to not go into it with someone who's already ready to rock and roll. Like, just be gone. Let's see. Is there anything else you want to put in here? We can also just check if there's anything else you could send. Okay, did we get anything new to toss in here? Toss the light leather on there. Toss a little beer on there. And grab our spare clothes we've made. Still chem fuel in the building? Yeah, no, I gotta clear out inventory. I got nowhere to put the chem fuel. That's the reason why it's like, okay, while I'm waiting for just a minute to see what happens with Donkey Duff, load up the transport with some of the more junk we've got. Can I load up? Was wood on that list? Should be. There we go. Yeah, so load up with some spare clothes, load up with a bunch of wood. That'll clear up more of our inventory for chem fuel. We can see how long Donkey Duff's going to be down, because if it's going to be not too long, then we'll just go to the next tile, ride it out. If it looks like it's going to be like 3-4 days, we'll deal with that. I don't think it's very long. I think it's just like a day or two or something like that. But the goal here is to open up space, whether we put steel or chem fuel. I don't really care what we put in there. basically have it in use. Shooting frenzy. Alright. Launch. Okay, so you got knocked 3 days. Alright, so we're gonna give that a minute. If I knew I was gonna be here this long, it would have made sense for me to plug into the... I mean, it probably does make sense. I've got components to spare. Let's just slam down a power cable here. That way we can at least do a little research while we're waiting and such. Because again, I'm at almost 200 components. We get them all the time. We have steel for days. So it doesn't really hurt anything at all. Oh, we can go orders. That way our growing people deal with it. Trying to think if there's something I could load up as well for... Well, actually... You... Load... Items... beer, and all the wood you can carry. They keep throwing stuff at the pig people till they're neutral. I'm just waiting for Donkey Duff to be... Like, they don't even need to have him up, just where they're going to be able to get up very soon after we arrive at the new location. And the very last Lardine in their 510 stream streak. Catch the last 510 streams, not missed a single one, which is, again, very absurd. So thank you so much for that continued support and all that, and tuning in, you know, every single time. It honestly means a lot that not only people do they tune in, but they feel like just a desire to come back each and every day. It just says a lot, like it, validates a lot of the effort I put into this. And Ken Hawk on their 25 stream streak, catch the last 25 streams without missing a single one. Hey, and not everyone has the ability to catch every single stream, so don't be like, no, I don't catch as many. It's totally fine. It's the same thing where, like, yeah, there's people who sub every single week, and it'd be amazing if everyone could, but I understand, like, for some people, it's just not something they can justify and all that. And we are now neutral with the pig people. And I'm going to go here and say items. Would. Send another whole thing. Stay from the hospital? That's right. I was going to do that. And then I got distracted. And that's something they could work on in the meantime. Alright, so we got an exotic goods trader. Yeah, exotic goods trader. Luckily, Lunar is also good with social. Alright. So I can go to you. Okay, so what do we have here? Hunter drone and plate armor. We got some bionic limbs I could install. A telescope I don't really have room for. A low shield pack I'll spend money on because I'm sitting on way too much money. I'll grab the Archite capsule. I'll grab the Glitter World advanced components. Oh man. I don't have a room to put that in. Super clotting is amazing. but if you don't have the hookup stuff for it, then it doesn't do you any good. That's a bummer. We'll also grab the social thing. We're being extra spendy. And you go use the social thing right now. And hold that back. Didn't you get the research? Yes. Oh, right. I don't actually need... That's right. I don't actually need the whole thing. I just need the gene bank. Right. So we build the gene bank right now. I am down to take the chance of trying to go to places and plug it in. Is it a good idea? No. Simple enough. No. So I can bank that. I need you to get out there and turn the power on. So it does mean now when we go to each stop, I really do want to stop each and every time to make sure we get our power hooked up. Also, we can go to power. Power switch. I don't know if that'll interfere with that or not. We'll put power switches on either thing. Well, actually, don't build it there. We'll put power switches, so what I can do as I travel is I could toggle all these off so that the power bank is right there. Okay. So now we've got our power set up. But yeah, so the idea being is I want to get it so I have power switches so that I can make sure that unstable power core is powering that gene bank, even if we shut down the rest of the ship. Because you use 100 watts... Actually, hold up. So you're 100 watts each. You produce 400. So 100, 200, 230... 260. How much do you use? 40? That should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. We have these two switches here. I could shut off the power to this area, and the front. And as long as I turn that off and tell us to reconnect, so it reconnects to the power over here, we can keep the anomaly room online, this break room online, and just this here. Yeah, so I toggle the power on this and this. And just like that, I now have the ability to toggle the power on and off for the gene bank. So basically each time we go to leave, I toggle those two power switches. Insufficient containment. Why is your containment so low? Average lighting 5. Average wall hit points is 42. Average door hit points is 32. Huh. I mean, we can make that much higher. Start with those 3 tiles, these 4 tiles, make them plasteel to boost the health. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're massively boosting up the average hit points. Okay, so let's check that. So with that, we have massively boosted the average wall hit points. I could definitely see taking the time to go in there and plastealing this whole room off, because what we just did is bumped those walls to being almost 1,200 hit points each. And since it averages it out, adding just those 4 tiles is enough to bring it up. Yeah, so one of these entities is never leaving. Because that one's missing its legs. It physically can't get out of here. That one's going to be a while. Alright, so we're going to have to fix that. I was just a bit surprised that it's that low. We are sharing a room between them, and I normally don't. Well, that's actually one thing I could do to fix this even more. We got room here. We can do that. Stronger doors? Yeah, that's definitely one of the things we could do. I hate to add really slow doors on there, but a uranium door will do work. So we just give them a moment. New lovers. Max effect charmed Zerks. That's fine. And you should be getting up in not too long, right? Yep. Yeah, so we can go and seal those both in with the uranium doors. And give ourselves a little bit of interior plasteel wall to, again, bring up the average. Because even though the one can't get up, this one can't move. I still want to improve it, because eventually I'm going to probably get rid of one of those to get whatever better thing we come across. And these don't cost very much plasteel to build those tiles. They're only 7 each. Yeah, so now that's boosted it to 113. And it's going to go even higher. Yeah, so that's now boosted to 137 by readjusting that. Okay, that'll work. So with that said, you're back up. Go grab your gun. And then it's time to move on. We've already spent more time on this tile than I wanted to. Alright, and we're not going to bother picking up the geothermal or anything like that. You can't take it with you, you have to tear it apart. And that just represents a handful of components. I've got 181 and we get them easy. And steel-wise, I'm at almost 5,000. So very genuinely, I just don't need anything it has to offer. Alright, so next up is this tile. And that's the whole reason we wanted to make sure we're back up. The switches? Yeah, I can turn them off on the other side. I'm not going to remember that, but yeah. We can turn those off on the other side. Just to make sure that, that one thing stays online. That could even be something I end up doing, is setting a bunch of those on a single unstable power core just to power those panels. Okay, so cave entrance is right up there. We got all sorts of garbage all around behind us. You got geothermal all around us too. Just plunk the ship down right there by this geothermal. And then before we get too far, build the geothermal. Power. Slam a cable in there. And toggle these 2 switches until that's done. There's one too many lights on this now. Okay, well that's not what you want. So I can reconnect you over to this side. And then while it's reconnecting, we'll get this. Oh, the storage light managed to be connected over. That's really annoying. I can't quite get at the light. It's fine. This'll work too. Because what we can do is wait till they start moving the light. And I toggle this to reconnect. And now it's online. Okay, so I got the important part. Okay, so the rest of that's going to work there. So schedule, keep them close to the ship. So we're going to go ahead and expand the close to home area. And meanwhile, while we're doing that, see if there's any useful materials here. Okay, so we got plenty of that stuff. We don't really care about any of that. Jade, that's fine. Gold. Yeah, that gold can just stay right in the wall where it is. Literally being the exact edge of the map. And uranium. So give him a second to get this power online. Because then we gotta go in the gross hole. I still got tons of food, so I don't think we're at the stage that I need to run out and take care of things. And I know I could have put a cable like right through the storage room. I probably should have, but I'm treating it like these are like docking ports or whatever. You can select the shelf and use double arrows to select the light. Select the shelf and use double arrows. Ah, okay. It's so rare I've had to worry about that. It's good to know. Cool, cool. Even at like over 3,000 hours, every day is a school day, chat. All right, we're bringing that geothermal online. We're gonna say do not put a roof over it. We are going to want to go zones. Drop our stockpiles up here. Okay, and we're getting granite. Yeah, it's almost never used that, in fact. But you had the same issue with the grab ship because everything is so compact. Yeah, no, it's kind of stuff that have been in the game forever, you just don't even realize. Well, rip you guys. Or you can just... Okay, are you in league with the bugs? Because I'm really surprised as close to you where you didn't get attacked. Alright, so with that we can turn our power back on. And ship is fully operational. Okay, and from here... And how are you? Minor injury, and we can go into the gross... Actually, kill the nest. Then we can go into the gross hole. Are they bug whispers? I guess. I'm fully expecting to be dead. I'm actually a little worried because we've got, like... Is that like 3 wargs and some cougars and like all sorts of nonsense going on down here? Okay, that way I don't get ambushed on the way back out. Alright, and we are down in the insect lair. Okay, you two start smacking stuff. And you two, and you all just follow up with support. Okay, switch them up over here. All right. There's this big tunnel system over there. Because somewhere down here is goodies. And they're probably going to be with baddies. Okay, we do have a nest down there. Way more of this place revealed. Minor break risk on you because you're hungry. Go have yourself a snack. Do not continue through that room. Let's backtrack you up here and have you start smacking that tile. Because there's that nest down there, but I really probably don't need to deal with it. What we're looking for is there'll be ancient complex of riches. There'll be somewhere down here there'll be a big bad bug. We're looking for the big bad bug because the big bad bug's going to be covering the stuff we want. And then we get to learn how good, bad, or otherwise dealing with these with no real body armor under most of our people is going to be. That's probably just going to be a plug for that area, nothing more. Well, still, Kirk, there's a chance there's a room down there. I think it's going to be a hallway straight through. Okay, just a hallway straight through. There's more nests up there. There's bad stuff down there. Tame the queen. I mean, if I had inspired taming handy, I could. I probably don't have anyone who's even high enough handling to be eligible to do it. I'd imagine it's got to be like 12 or 14 or at least something like that. Are you taking the queen to space? I mean, I would be down to. I don't think we have anyone who's got high enough taming to tame it. So, memes aside, I don't believe it's actually something that's even in the cards, unfortunately. Alright. Minor break risk on you, because you're hungry. Go eat a snack. Okay, that room's fine. Okay, insect ambush. There's our choke point. Oh, that's it? Wait, that's it? Literally? Okay, I mean, sure, that's okay. I got ready for a fight. Oh wait, you're not actually dead. Hang on. There we go. And honestly, just start shooting. Just walking up to see if it mentioned the skittering. Okay, I'm guessing you're hungry. There's a bunch of corpses here. Anything good on them? Nope. Alright, so pretty soon we gotta leave this place because people are gonna need their sleep and all that. Yeah, so she could be down here. She could be in this area. There's a possibility that she's up there. Can drop back here versus engaging those things. Nope. And we walk close to that, but alright. Everyone's starting to get to a mild mood break. So let's go have them all exit the lair real quick. Yeah, Queen's hard to tame. Yeah, no, I don't think we're realistically taming the Queen unless we get inspired taming or otherwise have some way to kind of take her out of commission for a while. And I don't really have any levers I could pull in that regard for the time being. Okay, so everyone needs to get back in here, get their recreation, get their sleep, get their food, all those things. Restock everything. Because we kind of pushed quite a bit farther than we should have. Oh, hey. They actually managed to leave the town without getting mauled. I pretty much wrote those off, that group off. Alright, so what was the quest here? Oh, yeah, this is like the big group of grenaders and all that. That I could get a little bit of plasteel, an anti-grain, or a big TV. I'm gonna pass on that. Realistically, they would probably engage half these hives on the map and not be a big deal. How are you finding Odyssey? It's good. For the record, I've already beaten, like, I've already rolled credits on the new ending and everything. This time we're doing a little bit of a challenge run. But yeah, the general feedback I've given with Odyssey is that I think it is absolutely fantastic. The only negative, which I don't know if today's patch changed or not, the only negative I gave it was that you would get to areas where you're, like, underground, and it was sometimes very hard to know what items were relevant because it was so dark you couldn't see them. Was about the only negative I gave there. Otherwise, I've been very happy with it. It takes historically in RimWorld, the only part you cared about is, like, say this is our colony, you usually only cared about that much space around your colony, because that's where, you know, a psychic suppressor or whatever could drop. But you really didn't care about the map, you cared about that one encounter and that was it. Unless you're running Ship to the Stars, at which point then you cared about this spot, and then maybe if you were, like, leapfrogging, maybe one colony spot over there, and then your ship over there. So all in all, the world was pretty utterly irrelevant. Versus now, yeah, there's areas that are just like open areas, you don't really care about what's going on there. But there's just lots of things to interact with and do and figure out and explore. Alright, so we got a lot of people idle. So I'm assuming we're all in good shape. Let's just take a little peek here. I've got 2 people who are sleepy and hungry. For whatever reason. So I'm gonna let these 2 quickly catch a nap. And then once they have a bite to eat, we can move on to the next thing. Yeah, so the only problem I'm running into is we're going to tell you you're no longer allowed to study that one, maintain only, because they keep stopping in that door. And just because it's considered leaving the door open, it's breaching containment. Yeah, so I had a group of travelers just walk on here and get killed super fast. Okay, so everyone's getting their sleep. And then when they wake up, we'll let them grab their food. Yeah, also open up geography. Yeah, no, and they, there's a bunch of mods I used to run that just got incorporated. Like, they had the geological landforms. Was like, I run very, very mod light, except for a couple of mods that have, like, very significant game benefits or whatever, so far as interesting stuff. And one of the only ones I ran was geological landforms. And that's just been kind of brought into the game. Like, they have, like, ruins stuff got brought in. Okay. So you need to wake up and grab a bite to eat. Alright, I think everyone is ready to rock and roll. Alright. Back into the gross hole. Okay. So the possible places it could be is it can be up here somewhere. It could be back here somewhere. It could be in that area. It could be down here somewhere. So we got most of this cleared already. So I'm gonna go and just hit closest to closest kind of thing. Granted, the odds it's back there are pretty low. It could be back here. That's the reason I walk my people close enough, is if you get close enough, I'll be like, I hear a skittering. Okay, that's a dud. Get over here. Grab all of you. There's a door in that tunnel. Yeah, I can poke the door. Yeah, it's got like a ruin there. Shamblers approach. 4 Shamblers are approaching. We're going to choose to ignore that for a moment because that's a Shambler approaching event. I think the bugs will attack the Shamblers. I actually don't know that one way or another, but it is only 4. And they also move very slowly. Yeah, that's just going to go to the edge of the map and a whole lot of nothing else. Alright, so let's go and run down here. Let's run all the way over here real quick. Alright, let's move all our people up against this and open this up and clear out these bugs. Melee back off. Okay, what happened to you that you got knocked? Just a lot of hits. Alright, so Earth Rush. Start tending to them. And then Zerx, we'll go ahead and get you tended. And SD, you go and tend to them. Kionchik, you can't actually... Oh, there's a Zeus Hammer. We'll pick up that Zeus Hammer so it doesn't get left behind. So let everyone get patched up real fast. We cleared out all the bugs in this area, so Queen could be in there. Queen could be down there. It does look like we cleaned out all of the random bugs, so we're gonna do a quick run by just to see where they're at. But first I want to make sure everyone's good. Oh, you're back up, so let's go to whoever has... There's your Zeus Hammer. Alright, so we're not actually going to clear out the next thing. We're going to clear out the hives, though, while we're standing around. You're gonna deliberately walk really close to that. And walk close to this, over to this hive, we clear that hive. Then we're gonna pop out, we're gonna heal ourselves up. I'm guessing it's down here, because there's really nowhere else. Okay, so what's back there? That's the important bit. Meanwhile, you two start working your way to get into position here. Now we gotta pop out. There's a couple of shamblers going up round up top. Yes, they're still way back there, so we should be in the clear. Come on, there you go. Alright, so we just need to give people a chance to patch themselves up. I don't think we're in much of a rush. We just are now finally getting to the point where our ship is ready for stuff. We apparently have more dangerous animals inside, like running around our ship again. Because there was a warg around here somewhere, there was the cougar we killed, there's a timber wolf, there's the warg. They're just gonna rot back in their corner and not go anywhere. Yeah, that's another scar on us. And another scar. We're getting a lot of scars on our people. I've been deliberately not selling the Luciferum. We actually haven't found very much because we haven't been traveling that much. But I do figure later on, if we start getting way too many scars, we'll have people start, you know, medically treating them. Alright, we got a mech hive up. Okay, new plan, schedule, stay inside the ship. Because they're probably just going to go around fighting the insects and weakening themselves up. Yeah, no, it wasn't an intentional decision. Alright, so it's S2D, Lunar, and you. So S2D, 3, Lunar, 3, Earth Rush, 3. That wasn't an intentional decision to not have it. So what I'm hoping here is all these bugs running around. We got the Empire up. Empire, you're actually ruining this. Because now you're aggroing the bugs and clearing them out, weakening yourselves instead of doing the mechs doing that. The mechs would have literally just run around the map and just wasted their time on it. It's fine. It's honestly a big enough Empire group, they'll probably take care of it all. Because you've got 2 groups down there. Well, safe to say the bugs are getting trashed. There's so many Tesserons in that group. Alright, here comes the Empire. Empire? You're not doing very good. So we got 2 more bug groups over there. What? Oh, it's a larva. I don't think... Have you lost a single mech? You have not, as far as I can tell. To be fair, that many Tesserons is actually kind of scary. There we go. We're finally actually getting some damage in there. Yes, the good news is it's looking like the mechs are going to be just about spent. Bugs are designed to kill mechs after all. Oh, hey, you actually made it. Good for you, man. Ah, biocoded. That's pretty expected. Yeah, they do a pretty terrible job at it. So, the only one left is a Legionnaire who's missing a leg and in bad shape. And now they're all dead. Let's run down here because the bugs have stayed aggroed. I was hoping I could take out the other dangerous animals real fast at being done with it. Okay, so we got you coming up from over there. And I think that's literally all the dangerous animals left on the whole map. Alright, with that we can go orders. Allow all, schedule, unrestricted. Because that was every single nest on the map wiped out. So get everyone patched up and good to go. They can all go and haul stuff, break mechs, do their whole things. Electro Harvester. Oh, you said there was one bug left. Yeah, it's gonna die in 1 hour. Yeah, because we got the Mega Spider. There's no speedo feeds. Yeah, so that's all of them. So we can do that while they heal up. Because that is a lot of mechs we could rip apart for plasteel and all that. Plus we can make some more pemmican out of our raw food plus the meat. Quest available, strange signal, accept, without any further questions. Because we're just waiting for our melee people to get back in order. So that way we can take on the queen. Alright, allow that. And we got another dangerous animal out there. How many more dangerous animals? Just that last cougar. Alright. So yeah, that should give me a bunch of steel, a bunch of plasteel, some components, all sorts of good stuff. But yeah, no, that's also worked out because, like, if I have to caravan off the map, we're good. The bugs are all sorted. It took would have honestly been a pretty rough raid because that raid had 3 Tesserons in it. Like, that whole raid just means it'd be hard to stay in position. Now, granted, I do have a fire foam pack out of our group, which would have helped mitigate that some, but Tesserons are rough. Like, they themselves don't do that much. It's just they have that really annoying tendency to scatter your people away from their defensive position so that the other mechs could just shred you. Meanwhile, we're hauling all of the bodies for everything back here. Zones. Do not allow rotten. Do not allow human-like or entity. Okay, you're getting close to healed up. And you want a big old pile of cash. Don't we all want a big old pile of cash? More of the laser ones are scary. Yeah, no, the other one's the Cyclops, the ones like the laser minigun, just because it bypasses shields. They can be really rough where you pop around a corner to hit something, you get slowed down and one of those starts charging, and you're just like, please, please, melee person. I just need to get around that corner, man. Don't let that volley start, because it's like 33 rounds per volley or whatever, and then they bypass shields, so they can do a pretty bad number. Okay, we're just Manhunter pack. Well, I was about to say that is a lot of badgers. That is a whole lot of badgers. Okay, well, get here. Chain shotguns to the front. Get you in here. Actually reorganize people so you don't have to like have these weird positions. There you go. Alright, everyone rush to the choke point. The badgers have arrived. It is a whole lot of them. Like we're talking commanding shout for extra accuracy level of badgerdom going on. Our melee are gonna get pretty scratched up here. Because I'm also trying to have them not tear down the walls to get us flanked by the badgers. Alright. Kinda wanted to save that for the queen, but that's fine. Okay, is that all of them? Yeah, it's fine. Alright. I'm gonna go here for a moment. I'm gonna unzone that for home zone for right now. And the reason I'm doing this is so they don't start trying to sweep all those corpses. And instead haul those away, because they try and sweep those corpses, they're just gonna die. We'll go down here and dumping stockpile. You can dump literally whatever you want, I don't care. Okay, so how badly you get scratched up? Honestly, not too bad, all things considered. But we did pop a cooldown to help out with that. Now, the question is, can our cooks manage to get that all sorted out, like process a bunch of those bodies before it's all over? So Earthrush is sleeping. Lunar is sleeping. I'm not sure if it's good or bad that both my cooks are my doctors at the same time, because that could be really useful or really frustrating if we get a metal horror. Honestly, it could be fine because I could tuck both of them into holding cells and start interrogating them again and again until I'm comfortable that they're fine. and then release them at that stage. Shoot Frenzy, that's fine. Alright. In real life, you're an okay doc. Had a slip in a leg before at work. Gotcha. I was gonna say, Metal Horror can make that fun. Well, that's kind of the thing, is on the plus side, by having them being just a couple of people, it'd be funny if they made it so that you could get people infected if their interrogator was in fact the Metal Horror. So the only reason I think they wouldn't do that is the moment you introduce that mechanic, it makes interrogating people utterly meaningless. You just would never do it, it'd be too high of a risk. So you'd probably approach it the way I usually approach it, where I just go, okay, well, we're eating raw food now. And we just don't create the opportunity for any cross-infection. You just take your risk of being like, who is the least likely person to be involved in it? Okay, congratulations, you're now the doctor. Alright, are people doing alright? So it looks like it's mostly you. Grab a bite to eat real fast. Alright, we're good to go. Back into the hole, it is time to finish a queen. It's time for just a little bit of regicide. Which angle would present me the most likely bottleneck? Honestly, there's not a good one because it's a whole thing there. And when we pop it, it's going to be... Honestly, it's probably honestly just straight on here. I don't want to go back here if I don't have to, because the spray will open it up. So it's probably going to be just this opened up situation. We can also maybe make this work out better for us. Every single time I've had to smash through up close, I can probably be way back here. And then use the assault rifles to pop it open. Now thinking about this, the other queens whenever I fought them, it was mostly with just large numbers of chain shotguns. Oh, there's a couple sections of wall here. Hey, all of you, these sections of walls go. Alright, range team. Open fire on that point. Huh. I'm gonna be honest. We saw the skittering when I got close to there, and that's where I was expecting it to come from. Ah, you did manage to get one scratch in there. Alright, that's fine. So we will have U10. Oh, no, you're right. It is that one down there. I'm just hitting the wrong spot. It's fine. Yeah, it's that one. I'm just misremembering. Okay, so you all... This will actually work out better. Alright, looks like it might literally be just her by herself. Oh, nope, there we go. The good news, they're splitting up a bit. Where are you going? Okay, and check on to both of you. You took another scratch. While we wait on it to get to a path, let's patch you up. So hope here is it'll step up here. We could slap a hit in on it. Okay, is there an angle we can get you? Thing of the follow. Welcome to the stream. That is not the angle I wanted you to come over here. We can work with it though. Alright. Yeah, what would it cost you to train them? 14. I'm not even at 10, so... we can go ahead and finish off the queen. Okay, so a bunch of it got splashed with some acid and all that. As far as injuries that are actually serious, you lost your ears. Both of them. Well, that's lovely. Meanwhile, you go ahead and deconstruct those. Who has construction skill? Every one of the construction skill people is injured right now. Lost both their ears. Okay, so Earth Rush. I need you to prioritize taking those three apart. You go smash that. You go over here. Okay, do we have anyone else who could do construction? Maximum effect. Okay, with this we go orders, allow, undraft everyone. We got all the goodies we came for, so we exit the lair, grab everyone. We're gonna grab our simple meal, our pemmican that we dropped, grab all this stuff, grab our legendary gladius. We'll grab the Hive Queen's corpse. I'm not gonna worry about the others. And the jelly. Okay, there's no jelly in there is all I was double checking. I just wanted to make sure there's no jelly in there. So I should rescue you. So we're just having everyone run around, grab all the goodies, get them out of here. I probably honestly should have sent them to get Ducky Deanna out first. We're risking a pretty high chance of infection here. We do have Glitter World if it does come to that, though. Disease, infection. At least you got them out now. Fire starting spree. Honestly, that's fine. Earth Rush, rescue them. Get him patched up. And with how long that take, we're gonna jump right to... That's not the right person. How long that took, we're jumping right on up to the glitter. And preach health on you as well. Wait, what? Did I treat the wrong one? Yeah, burn the disgusting hole. Yep. Just a bit of fire down there. Yep, so yeah, you're more than fine. We got the preach health, we got the glitter world, everything going. Okay, we got everyone getting their treatments and all that. Yeah, it's honestly the worst we've had is that poor Maximus got both their ears burned off. Or not even hacked off. So we definitely need to get people able to regenerate some limbs and get like implants going or something. So does that give its own mood debuff having no ears? No. So it's not like when you have their tongue is gone. When their tongue is gone, they'll be like, you know, I can no longer speak or I can no longer whatever. Yeah, you're solidly there. Where did your Zeus hammer get off to? Is it still up here by chance? Oh, you don't have the Zeus hammer. It's that. Schedule. Everyone's unrestricted. Alright. +4 mood. Ah. Finally quiet. Fair enough. Alright, so I have to put in our grav core on the ship to be able to build more tiles. So I think... Where do I want it? Because, like, if I put it along here, there's always a risk it gets exposed by all the firing back and forth. But it should definitely be this direction somewhere. Maybe only that far so we can keep that open there. Alright. I could tell him to put down those tiles. I'll put the grav core extender up here and then wall it off. And then, like I said, I'm going to probably go back here to this area and just expand this room enough that we could fit the harpsichord in this room. And then we can worry about what other construction we're doing for right now. Yeah, they're just continuing to clean tile. Yeah, it's gold. We're not going to mess with that gold on the very, very edge of the map. Oh, ambrosia. And how are you doing? You should be well, yeah, so you're well in the clear. Like I said, I'm probably just going to go over here, put the grav extender up there, just to get the increased tile count until I figure out what I'm putting over here. Alright, I need you to actually go haul those back, please. Alright. Meanwhile, while we're waiting on that from that side, we can go back here. Alright, so for the harpsichord, actually what we'll do is we'll just go like this. Because that's the limit on how far I can go without more anyways. And go to you and tell you orders. Cut down all plants here. Unearth that. Go chop some trees. Oh, do we already... Yeah, okay, we can't do our next party for 5 more days. Alright. Actually, something I always thought, does the eardrum extend outside the skull? Like, if you cut the outer ear part at the base, would you catch the eardrum? I have no idea. Don't cut your ears off, chat. Don't do it. In zone, home zone, add that to the home zone. Add this to the home zone. Alright, so we're going to give them a moment to get that set up, because like I said, I want to get the harpsichord back here, so that that is out of this main room again. That'll make this room even nicer, and all that sort of stuff. We'll get the extender up here, and then probably at our next stop, we'll figure out what we're going to fill in for the rest of these tiles. What do we got going research-wise? Neural supercharged. I'm probably not going to. Must be placed within range of the grav engine. Oh, of a grav engine. Oh, I can't daisy chain them. Today I learned. Okay, cool. All right, so that changes. That never came up because I didn't try to extend it. Alright, so I get the idea. I understand now. In that case, let's rip all that up. Because I don't really care about that, you know, over there anymore. So what I need to do is find a way I can find a place I can just pocket another one of these into a wall or something. Oh, I also never built those so fire can't spread through there. We can probably put it back here. Because I was going to later on need to... That's exactly what I can do, is I can go right back here. And we can grab you and put you there. You're non-range either. Alright, where the heck am I putting this in range of that? I could tuck it into the wall right here or something. Put it over here, actually. I wonder what that will do. That's not gonna look right. So I definitely could, like, tuck it into one of these walls here, like, get rid of one of these doors and let it expand back there. I can also just put it right by the engines. Yeah, we can put it by the engines. That's how I'm going to deal with it. So put that there. And then I'll close that off. And that'll be fine for right now. So it's going to take a minute just because I had not anticipated having that issue. I still don't like it. I'm being pickier than I need to be. I hadn't realized I had to be in this circle, which is, again, is fine. I just hadn't realized that was a requirement. So I could also pop it down here more. Yeah, so up here would be the limit up there. That one's already basically at the forward limit. The far back limit's there. I don't really see too big of a reason. I mean, we could extend this back. Yeah, I think I know what we're doing. Chronophagy, cool. So we just gotta wait for them to finish building these tiles back here. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we will finish that area back there. We'll move this wall back, move the bookshelves back, build it here, get the harpsichord down there, and then we'll just see what we still have room for after all that. And the reason I'm thinking that is because later on I gotta add a bunch more engines, and we could find, like, having this go to the maximum range back here gives me more options, like, put, like, engine nacelles off the side or off the back or wherever we decide to ultimately put it. Okay. So for just a moment, go ahead and yank down the walls. Reinstall you all the way back here. That's going to be just in range. That's going to disrupt that poker table. Because I did have someone tantrum and destroy one of these on the previous run. And it was pretty frustrating. Alright, I'm going to put it over there. And we'll reinstall you here. Install you there, and here, and here. Start working on that. Because if we don't seal it off, it could be tantrum destroyed, which is what happened to one of mine. Can reinstall you that way. We can go back here and make sure that's in our home zone still. Yep. Okay, reinstall you. Reinstall you. Reinstall you. Reinstall you. There, that'll work. That works. So I got a weird little cubby back here, but that's fine. Cool, and I don't believe we have sandstone there. Alright. So. I have 146 tiles I can still work with. This is kind of the extent of how far forward the ship can ever go. Which is not super thrilling to know that now, but that's okay. I do think one of the things we're going to do is we can go up here. Oh, right, I still want to make a biotech room, don't I? Right. That can be the front of the ship. So that'll be 60 there. Let's start chucking that down. Shrink you out of the way. And that's fine there. Alright. Which I don't think I'm ready to actually do anything with the biotech room. But I figure we've got extra supplies here that we can mine and all that. I've got a decent amount of food just sitting around. We'll just go ahead and knock all that out. And go over here. Alright. So with this, I'll put one door right there. So we have a way to get around that. And this will end up being our biotech room. Maybe later on laboratory as well. Okay. So all in all, I think that's good for right now on that part. And let's see where our next destination is going to be. Are you sure you want to launch? So I don't have any more ship parts that are nearby me here. So I can't expand that. The ship to the stars is literally on the ice cap. Love to see it. There we go. There is one up there. So let's start heading up towards that ship part. We can stop at these ancient ruins. So this will be limestone and granite. Most of the year grows season temperate forest with water. That should be a perfectly nice place to park and recover a little bit, as well as get ourselves some stuff from some ancient ruins. As we go for the next thing to expand our ship. The big thing I want to get my hands on is I really want to get my hands on the power things. Oh, yeah, so I was missing the conversation. I'm assuming we're talking, like, comparing the realism stuff versus video game. Alright, so we got a geothermal right there in the middle, so let's go ahead and move our landing spot. Because we gotta make sure we got our power adapter hooked up. You know, plug it in there. We can land such that we can plug ourselves in. Okay, so you add a geothermal, and then we just go right here and say, all right, there's our wire to plug the ship in. And then for just a moment, go to U2, designate your power. I need to be turning that off before I take off. Actually, I found some of those things that when you take off, they turn themselves back on, kind of thing. There's a nice big area there you can grow stuff. Do you have any other spots of rich soil? Not really. Then go over here. Make that rice. Go over here for a fishing zone. Where's a good one you can get out to? Not really any. That's good enough. I will do stockpiles. Dumping stockpile. Yeah, no, I know it's off. I've got them running back there to deal with it. They just haven't had a chance to do anything. Alright, one of you flip those switches real fast instead of what you are doing. Oh, hold that door open. Alright, it's back online. Then go back here and say, while you're down there, get some heal root. Go over here. Fine. Grab some strawberries. I have no idea if we'll get even half these zones done. I don't really care either. Basically, I just have them keep planting until we're ready. That's entirely too much hops. Canna Hawk is pregnant. That is not what you're supposed to be doing. That is not convenient. That is not really what we need right now. Alright, well with that, get baby food on the list of things. And then make sure with our meal policy we do have baby food disabled. We do. Alright, so that's the ruins that may have something worthwhile on it. For the moment, I'm not going to rush that. I want to get the geothermal on first, and then after we get the geothermal on, then worry about the next thing. Clearly you've had a need. Maybe not for the baby, but... Hey, consenting adults and all that. Whatever you got. Where? Oh, right, there's not a bed there. I was like, wait. How did that happen? Alright. We're just trying to get that geothermal online. And then once that's sorted, we will get that. Oh, let's, it doesn't look like there's much of ore on here. Actually, there's so few chunks of rock. We won't sweat this too much. I still have 120 components. I'll tell them to mine that steel. I don't really need it. And we got that. I don't need the components. There's a whole lot of nothing of value on the map so far as that goes. No good deed goes unpunished. Alright. So we've got our power back on, so now I can go here and say, turn them back on, power the ship up. Structure. I did not think about how I did this one. Then we need to go zone, do not build a roof. Okay. So go ahead and get our geothermal online back there. We need to get power run up here. And I guess what we can do for now is we'll go biotech. I'm not going to build the whole setup, but I will chuck down the gene extractor in here. And the reason I'm doing that is if I move all my gene banks up here, then I don't have the ability to make sure they're powered. Whereas if I keep the one gene bank back here, we can keep powered. So I'm going to try and gene extract, and if we get something really good, we bank it. And as power-wise, I got plenty to spare. And I've got 74 more tiles to work with. I could definitely fit a door back here, and I have room to grow. I could plan for building the engine area back here. Because we're going to get, I think it was 6 of the large engines able to fit in here somewhere. And I'm going to have a place for them. Now, one thing I could do with those engines is it could actually fit like one big engine here, one big engine here, one big engine there. I could make like just a support beam or whatever there, fit in a big engine here. I don't think that's big enough for another big engine, but maybe I shift that hallway forward and like make the big engines internal here, and then we could make just a doorway into those little pockets. So kind of internalize the engines. Alright. So I'm giving them a moment to get that sealed up before I start fighting, just in the off chance to get a raid in here. We are planning on staying at least long enough for the food, because as you see, we're starting to get low there. We're pretty good on the pemmican again, which is nice. But pemmican, you burn through it pretty quickly. And just double checking thing, even though we did take a quick look. Okay, cool. You can cancel working on those. That's fine. Alright, so you got that fully sealed. Let's go down here and pop into this thing. Okay, nothing too exciting there. Okay, so that's likely to blow up into fire. Alright, I don't care about that. We've got the security panel there. I believe those will cause stuff to crash down, but often will trigger a raid. An interesting thing in Farm said last night. You know how the AI will carve out curves in the corners doing the headlands when you have to harvest? For some reason, they did the entire loop of the left circle with an unharvested center. Oh, weird. I have had some rare, like, really weird one-off things. But yeah, that's an odd one. So you got two computers that we can hack here. Now, I have had those where often they'll show me goodies, but then also cause our stuff. So there's a golden dot in the middle of a Pac-Man. Alright, so not a whole lot we care about here. I'm going to tell them to... Hacking this terminal will alert enemies and cause them to attack. So let's wait to do those. Yeah, fuel node explodes soon. Fire starting spree, that's fine. Just go ahead and burn up the middle of the map. That's what it's there for. But yeah, so these I believe will typically cause a drop pod to show up with a random thing. Oh. And then on top of that will cause a raid. So we're going to choose to leave that alone, and what I'll probably do is I'll trigger those right at the end, snag the drop pod goods, and leave. Just skips the raid part. If possible, if we have to fight the raid, that's fine too. Oh no, the unstable power core exploded. So restrict those doors for a minute. And the rest of them are all going to be busy fishing and hauling and mining and doing all that stuff. And just let that room burn itself out. Because that one just had uranium in it, so I don't have to worry about the uranium being destroyed. It's just a casual like 13, 14, 1500 degree room. It's no big deal. It's just glowing with radiating heat. Oh, I forgot to do that again. Every time. Do not allow rotten. Do not allow human-like or entity. Put one way far away that allows everything with low priority. Okay. So it's now down to a temperature where people won't be incinerated going in there. Alright, let me go ahead and delay the ads a little bit, because I don't feel like subjecting people to another ad break before we wrap up for the night. We got a little bit yet, but I'm just making sure to kick the ads down the road so we won't have to deal with those before stream's done. Okay. Yep, so we got our stuff getting planted, we got our mining happening, we got work frenzy. Research has not been going very fast because I've got more and more stuff we are researching. Pretty soon, these are going to no longer offer me anything I care about research-wise. We are getting bioferrite out of them, not at any meaningful speed, but it is the thing that is happening. Oh, right, I can't do any of the ritual things because it's obstructed. I don't know if these power switches obstruct it, but that definitely does. We'll definitely be able to do all that stuff as well. Speaking of which, it is time for a festival. Because that makes friends. And they've been kind of going out of her way to like do the festival regularly to keep boosting stuff up. Yep, so the Empire's back up to nearly maxed. Alright. I don't really need those components, we'll tell them to mine those as well. Needless to say, we don't need nearly this much being planted, but we're doing it. It's fine. I'm just kind of hoping that we get past the neural supercharger here, and we get something a bit more useful for what I need. Standard Gravtech would be nice, not as important. The orbital tech would be extremely good for us, because that opens up space. The packaged survival meals would be really good. Advanced lighting or machining would be really good. Penny-oxalin would be good. We're kind of running out of things that aren't good. Okay. Yeah, so we're at the stage where we need to haul stuff in. If we also get lucky, if we get like the transport pods, that'd be another thing where I can get rid of stuff regularly that I don't need. Alright, so I've got 74 tiles left. We could definitely build another room on here. We got that up there. This will be our biotech room. Right now I don't have what I need to make it worth doing more with, so I'm going to kind of just leave it in that state. But I'm leaning towards the idea of going back here with our 74 tiles. Okay, so let's see. Rare catch. A fertilized heron egg. Just leave it outside, please. I do think I'm going to do the thing I mentioned where I'm going to put the engines here in these little pockets. I'll worry about how that all works once we have unlocked the tech. So I can build another room back here. So I can make our production room. I can make a prison. I can make a couple bedrooms back here. I can make another storage room. We can make a freezer. Like an actual dedicated freezer back here. It wouldn't be convenient for crafting our food, but it would be convenient for bringing the food into our area there. I think a freezer is what's happening. So 74 tiles is what I got to work with. So it's 66, 67, 68. We'll go with something like that. Oh, not that shape. We're gonna scooch it back 2 more. Because what? That's 4 tiles? Yeah, that should fit. So we can fit the engine back in there. And that'd be a door directly into the freezer. And that would leave me a spot here for an AC, and a corresponding spot over there for an AC, when we go to expand that as well. The downside is those can be targeted by raids, and they'll have, like... That's always the ones that's always irked me with bases, is it really feels like the ACs get targeted almost more than anything else. It's fine. Okay. The other thing you're going to need to do for now is a power switch. With the way I'm positioning those, they're going to have a tendency to connect other places. I'm not going to be able to do the power switch thing as easily. That's fine. It just means we're getting to the point I'm going to need to actually get some proper long-term power setup. And go back here. That'll be for a freezer. And I'll have to see how many tiles I got left. So I'm only gonna have like 1 or 2 more tiles left after all that's said and done. All right. Yeah, what we'll have to do for protecting the AC is I'll, like, wall that off, bring it over, we'll put a door here somewhere, like, maybe a door there to, like... Oh, wait, never mind, that's where the engine's gonna go. But, like, a door in here somewhere so I can poke through to just go in here and fix stuff if I think it's damaged. That's actually already a perfect place for a door. And then this might just end up being an enclosed position. Now, how is that gene bank going? Is this thing holding up alright? Yeah, hit points max. Alright, we're good. It has 100 hit points. It does take a while for it to rot. Okay. And toggle the power on those for right now because they're not needed yet. You can put the light there. And what type of brick are we getting here? Granite. Alright, so we'll go furniture, shelves. Is there any mod or policy that addresses the melee always dropping their weapons when they go down and you leaving them there? I'm sure there's going to be a mod. What that mod is, I don't know off the top of my head. But generally it exists. There's probably a mod to deal with it. And granite. Okay, so let them keep building those shelves. That will then become our main food room. Then we could turn on the ACs, because they'll have a reason to turn the ACs on. That's fine. They're just going to dump a bunch of stuff on the shelves right now. We'll get there. Okay. But yeah, no, there's, I'm sure there's a mod that probably makes it so you don't drop your weapons at all. That kind of stuff. Okay, so you want me to attack a place that's got 10 imps. You're willing to give me a tech persona core, which is convenient, but not really a thing. Gotcha, I don't know that mod. I'm probably gonna ignore that. Because while the Goodwill's fine, Goodwill's easy, that's kind of nice. These two I'm not as worried about right now. The Plastile's kind of nice, but that's gonna be flying over there, dropping down, doing that, and I'd rather just keep going after the next core for my next launch. So we've got that all going on. Okay, so we still have 4 tiles. So for right now, I'm going to kind of accept that we've got that vulnerability on the back. Okay, we got draw animals, skip abductions. The next one's automatically chosen. We've got all that planted. So we're getting pretty close to being out of our raw food, but that's fine. This is about to be up to harvest. I've got a bunch of meals and enough pemmican to bury a person alive in it. Multiple times over. Alright. So just get the last handful of shelves there, and it'll be in pretty good shape. And the ship continues to grow and all that. Yeah, and I'm definitely leaning towards the idea of putting, like, we'd have the engines here, so like here'd be an engine, there'd be an engine, there'd be an, oh, I won't be able to make that one work. There'd be an engine, there'd be an engine, there'd be an engine. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then theoretically we'd probably put an engine there, and then we'd have these 4. Then they would have enough room behind them because it's 4 long for the wake, I believe. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Yep, and so what we would do then is we'd probably make... Go ahead and plan these ones out as well. And I'd probably do something like this. Yeah, probably make them like fully enclosed areas like that. So you'd have your fully enclosed areas, and then would probably just toss some doors up, so like a door here, and a door like that would let you get into that. A door there to get into that. A door there to get into this. You get where we're going with this. Basically just have ways to poke into any of these areas in case anything goes wrong. Like an enemy drop pods in there. Because then we can just enclose all that stuff. Alright, so we've got that, so power. Run the power cable back in here. Now I grab this. Link, storage, clear. Important. Meals. Raw food. And pemmican does expire, so we will allow that. Okay, and then we can go to this shelf. We get storage. We can choose to copy those settings. So unlink link and paste. Oh man, I messed that up. And paste. And that'll do for now. So basically I'm telling them, get all this food, put it back there. And then with this, we can toggle those on now. Oh, I had 2 shelves in here that I didn't get included. Alright, so with that, we add ourselves a freezer. I still have 4 tiles worth of stuff left. So part of me is tempted to enclose this one to protect that AC, and I'm not going to be able to get the other side protected. So you can go here. I'll take our 4 tiles I've got available. You go 1, 2, 3. I can't hook up that 4th one right now. 4. And then we go steel door here. Steel door here. This is going to make it really hard to make this thing space-worthy. Because all of those doors are places that we're going to be leaking atmosphere. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, right. Oh, hey, don't do that. Yep, it says building a bunch of these doors so we can get in and out. But yeah, so the problem we're going to run into is just all those are going to bleed atmosphere really bad. Which means when it comes to trying to keep this all oxygenated and all that, I'm probably going to need either a lot of the oxygen things, or just a matter of... Well, actually, we can probably just restrict these doors normally. That's probably the right answer. That door's just off limits. Like, all the internal-facing doors, we just keep them off limits. They're airtight, so it shouldn't be a problem. It only becomes a problem because people run in and out of it. And then, you know, all that air gets out. Okay. It's going to have a bunch of internal engines, which will be good. It amuses me that we have this ship, and the ship is effectively completely and utterly not power stable in any meaningful capacity. Like, if we don't go someplace to get tossed down to geothermal, it just, the whole thing shuts off except for like 1 or 2 systems I've got wired up separately. Okay, and that gives us more room for stuff like steel. And then there goes that last tile I've got handy. Alright, so basically from here what we're doing is we're waiting till we get our first major harvest here so we can get that all sorted out. They're getting the food all moved down here. And that's good. But yeah, like I said, we're going to kind of bring like a wall up there. And then bring it across here and enclose that area. Loving rhinoceroses. I mean, don't get me wrong, that is a lot of plasteel. I'll worry about that later. Because with that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So if you have been enjoying the stream and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I am going to be back tomorrow for more RimWorld. For those who missed, we did do our Business Heroes our Business Hero segment today instead of tomorrow. The devs reached out just a bit before sharing, like, hey, can you do it today, like, for a sponsored thing? So we did a sponsored thing for that, versus we are going to play it anyways, sponsored or otherwise, tomorrow. But with that said, thank you again so much for tuning in. We are going to be back here. We're going to continue our run tomorrow in RimWorld. This has been going very smoothly. Like, very, very genuinely, this has been a very chill run, which means because I've said that 100% tomorrow we're coming back and getting, like, a Mortar Sage raid with 20 centipedes or something, because Cassie will be personally insulted. Anyways, with that said, if you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be going down abruptly because I do not have a host ready over there. But thank you again for so much for tuning in over there. But for everyone over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and toss up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find to draw.